Channel 6
I don't want
News.
plugs.
I use the Mercy.
Mercy College. Did you go to Mercy?
I went to Mercy.
Oh, you can use that. What is this?
Du Bois Area Middle School Education.
No, I don't want that one.
Listen, you don't have a good, nice.
Give me
big
that one.
Jersey.
Just building something.
This one is the Bronx Chamber.
What's that? Oh, let's do this. We'll make Lenny Carroll. That Bronx Chamber of
Check it. Welcome everyone to Tough Talk 2020. Thank you so much for joining us on this election night, November 3rd, 2020. I'm Ray. Right next to me is Ivan. Desmond's over there. And of course, Dave Roush is working the helm over at the computer. We're so glad that you're joining us on this very historic night. That's right. Gentlemen, tonight, we're going to witness history either way.
That's right.
Either President Trump is going to serve another 4 years, or the 46th president of the United States is going to be Joe Biden. A lot to talk to. It's been 4 years since we've been here. Ivan, I'm going to start with you. We're going to get to Dave in just a moment there. Shout out to Dave, by the way, for setting all of this up. We're here in his apartment in Throgs Neck in the Bronx, and he's been just able to put together such an extraordinary set for us. Much better than it was 4 years ago,
That's
right,
right,
fellas?
We've come a long way.
That's right.
We've come a long way.
We'll have commercial breaks. We'll have your Twitter feeds and all of your reactions as well. So as you're watching, we want you to be a part of the conversation as well. Make sure you use hashtag ToughTalk2020.
That's right.
And you could join us in on this very important conversation. Ivan, 4 years ago was a long time. A lot has changed in the political world.
A lot has changed.
Tell us about it. How do you feel tonight?
It's definitely going to be an interesting night. Looking forward to whoever is our next president of the United States.
Tell me what has changed from now 4 years ago when it comes to the political realm and your political feelings, without you having to reveal what you feel like or who you voted for. But what's been the big difference that you've experienced?
Well, I appreciate the handoff there. Well, for me personally, you guys remember me 4 years ago where I stood politically. I believe 4 years. There's definitely been a lot of change, and a lot of change that I will chime in on and give you more input on.
Yeah.
I'm now a father, so that now changes things as well.
Congratulations.
You know, 4 years later. We've had a lot of changes and a lot of issues that have arose that, that we're going to address tonight.
That's right.
And I can't wait to speak on them.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear as well. Mr. Rosa, welcome back.
Hey, welcome. Thank you.
4 years ago, we were sitting here on the couch.
right.
Many say we witnessed history. There was a shock around the world. And now we're back here, and
That's right.
the same history's now. A lot has changed. How do you feel tonight? What are you going to be looking most forward to?
Looking to see if Biden can kind of set the scales right again. I'm going to kind of lead with my preference, and it may not work out the way as though I would like it to. But a lot it's been a tumultuous 4 years, right? It's
Yeah.
been up and down. We've had Black Lives Matter. We've had Me Too. We've had coronavirus. And
Coronavirus!
Coronavirus!
So we've had so many things that have impacted the way in which we negotiate daily life, and so I'm interested to see how this race turns out. I'm interested to see, if we're able to elect the 46th president of the United States tonight, or whether it be 4 more years of the same.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
As Desmond always does, quite nice. He never reveals his political views and he knows how to give the right political tease. Dave, how important is this, right? We don't usually hear a lot about, 4 men, all from 4 different backgrounds, with all different types of political views, come together and really talk the hard issues, right? We have 3 educators here, so you guys are in the midst of what's going on and so deeply impacted. How do you feel about tonight? What are you most looking forward to?
Well, I'm kind of looking forward to reflecting. Hold on 1 second. We got a big echo here.
Okay.
Let's try this.
All righty.
1 second. This is much better. So I'm kind of looking forward to the fact that, we talked 4 years ago about, or at least I said 4 years ago, one of 2 things is going to happen, right? Either President Trump is going to be the greatest president of all time, or he's going to be the worst president of all time. And although I really was kind of hoping that we would have a solid answer to which one he would end up being, I don't think we do. I don't think we do.
Very good point. And listen, and I totally agree with you. And I think tonight there's going to be a lot of key important topics, right? I think, America will decide whether or not there is a referendum on the coronavirus and President Trump's handling of it. There will be a referendum and America will decide whether or not they feel that Joe Biden is equipped enough as a candidate to lead our country for the next 4 years and through this pandemic and all the other problems that America is facing right now as well. And we must not forget, other than the presidential race, there are key congressional and U.S. senatorial races too that will determine the huge dynamic of how law is changed here in America, and we'll be watching those as well and be doing commentary. Right now, it's after 7 o'clock. There's a lot of polls closing, particularly in North Carolina and Georgia. These are a lot of swing states going on. If this was sports betting, Ivan, and you kind of had to make a quick prediction now, based upon what happened with the debates up until now, who do you think has a better chance tonight?
That's definitely a tough question.
Well, it's tough talk, right?
And I wish, and I'm not saying that just to say it, but I wish I could answer that. I was actually going to ask Dave, because Dave actually predicted our last Tough Talk, and he predicted that Trump would win, and all three of us stood in awe as Trump was elected. So I hate to like
Give the prediction.
throw the prediction, the prediction question back, but I have to throw it back at Dave. I'm gonna throw it back at Dave right now and ask Dave, what is your prediction? You were right the last time, so I have no choice but to ask.
Oh, David, he's
Let me
putting you on the
check my-
spot.
Check my microphone.
Oh, now Dave's having mic problems now.
All the mic problems.
Well, as Dave checks those mic problems out, Desmond, let me
Yeah.
ask you this. Do you think, right, there's been a lot of talk, right? There's been record-breaking numbers when it
Right.
comes to the number of people voting early. Do you think that favors the Democrats or does that favor the Republicans? What do you think?
I think an increase in the voter participation favors the American people, whichever way the election turns out, right? I think activating the common American to go out and participate in the democratic process, whether it was done as a byproduct of people being displeased with the current leadership, whether it's an activation of new voters, whatever the cause, an increased participation in the democratic process is a win-win for the nation.
Well, speaking of which, and before I get to you, Ivan, as you say that, there are a lot of people who still feel that they're disenfranchised. In fact, this morning, live on Twitter, you had your own problems going to the polls. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of trying to be the first person on on election day at my polling site.
Tradition in the Rosa family.
Tradition. This year, we had the added bonus of taking our daughter, my wife, and I, our daughter who is 19, for her first foray into the voting process, and it was not without its own degree of drama. We arrived at our local voting site, which was supposed to be by law open at 6 a.m. Lines wrapped around the corner at 4:45. We waited, and then at 6 o'clock, it wasn't open. 6:05, not open.
Wow, look at that.
6:10, not open. And so I had to tweet the Board of Elections. There were several people online who called 311 and made formal complaints. And finally, 22 minutes after the polls were supposed to open, at 6:22 a.m., it finally opened. Only for us to get inside, and we were issued the wrong ballots.
Oh, no.
Which the machine had to kind of kick out. We were given affidavit ballots as opposed to
Wow.
our general election ballots. And so it was not without its own degree of, as I said, drama and mishaps, but it was the perseverance of saying no matter what, we were not going to leave that space until our vote was counted. And I think, with long lines, with active voter suppression, I think with passive voter suppression, I think that just needs to be the sentiment of every American, that once you set out that you're going to be a participant in the democratic process, you need to not leave unless your vote is counted. Don't be turned away.
Yeah.
So I have a question. I mean,
Yeah.
that's I'm
Yeah.
I'm perturbed that even remotely happened to you, especially on your traditional family thing.
Right.
So my question is, do you think that this was some type of
Particularly disenfranchisement when it comes to race or areas?
I mean, as part of my tweet, I put out to the Board of Election that it is shameful that electoral dysfunction disproportionately is pervasive in communities of color. Whether it was a lack of preparation, which I can't see, I think that this must be one of the most anticipated races that in American history. The fact that there were so many missteps in that short period of time, it's disheartening, right? That these are the type
Right.
of things that are
Definitely.
impacting on the voter turnout or the voter or the conversion rate from people to counted votes, right, in communities of color.
Yeah.
So I was fraying, I was leading away from the C word, and that C
Right.
word is conspiracy. So
Right.
do you think that there was some major conspiracy that your particular voting site, that this particularly happened? That's what I'm sorry, guys. Like, if we're gonna do tough talk, let's just do it.
No,
All right. Are you listening, Community Board 12? Huh?
no. I mean, I'd go with the line that I think in terms of conspiracy, I think the polling site was responsible but not guilty.
All
Right? I think they were responsible for the dysfunction by the lack of preparation, but I don't think they were guilty of any kind of widespread conspiracy.
Well,
The reason why I say that, I'm
yeah.
sure you can
Yeah.
articulate, but I mean, there's so many issues going on throughout the country. We hear all of these different stories, and it comes back to this conspiracy as to why it's happening in the first place. And it's a conspiracy because this is how a certain side is going to get the votes, and that's on both sides. We've heard stories about the Democrats cheating on votes, and we've heard stories about the Republicans cheating on votes,
And-
and
that's
so on
right.
and so forth. So
And-
that's why I asked that question.
No,
Do you
good.
think that this conspiracy even
a good question to
affected
pose.
you?
A good question to pose too, based upon the fact that there's no, without question, not only here in New York, but I think around the country, there is much needed reform when it comes to the election processes, local board of elections, and to know that despite America being in the status that we are in, there seems to be a lot of holes when it comes to this process, right?
Right.
And where's the book, right, that comes with, okay, one, we're in a pandemic, and two, how do we handle pandemic and in being in the midst of a presidential election, an intense one. So
I want to go back to your question, and then hopefully Dave is ready for us.
Yeah.
So my prediction is, here's my prediction. My prediction is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote, and I think it's going to be the largest amount of popular vote probably in history. But I do think that Trump will win by electoral votes. And we've had 4 years to correct this issue, and we didn't. Instead, we harped on having Trump impeached and so on and so forth, and we just went back and forth with this rhetoric instead of getting down to business and really getting this country to where it needs to be. So that is my prediction.
all right, a strong prediction right there. David, are you ready? Are you still figuring?
Change cameras here.
Oh, okay.
I got my mic working. There we go.
There it
Now I
is.
sound a lot better. A lot better than it sounded a minute ago. So the question, I think the question to me was, is do I have a prediction for this year, right?
Yes.
That's right.
I tend to, I didn't think I'd say this, but I kind of agree with Ivan. I think that we're going to see a similar situation where I think the electoral college vote is going to come out in Donald Trump's favor. We don't have, I know that I think 11 electors have been awarded to Donald Trump right now from the state of Indiana. We'll be getting that up on our scoreboard just as soon as I get a chance to update the scoreboard. It's coming, I promise. So yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to have a very similar situation to 2016 where the popular vote goes to the Democrats. But the Electoral College, man, Donald Trump did a great job at playing the Electoral College in 2016 and understanding where he needed to do well and why he needed to do well there. And he did exactly that. And I kind of see that same strategy this year. I know that a lot of the mainstream media outlets have been calling for that blue wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I don't think it's going to hold. I really don't.
Well, Pennsylvania's been a lot on the minds. It's probably been the most important state, right? We're always hearing Florida, Florida, Florida. Pennsylvania now has been at the forefront, of course. Both President Trump and Vice President Biden has spent a lot of, if not most of their campaigning time there. As a Pennsylvania resident, how does that make you feel? And what could you give us from the people in Western Pennsylvania and what you've heard from your hometown in terms of how they're feeling about tonight and where the shift is going?
I feel the same way I felt in 2016. I mean, the fervor and the fire for Donald Trump is just unbelievable. You go out there and you see barns painted with Trump 2020 and Make America Great Again. You see junkyards stacking up cars in the shape of the word Trump. And I apologize to my blurry webcam guys. We've been having, there he comes.
All right, it's
There he comes.
focusing in.
Yeah, all right. God bless all folks. Not doing that great of a job. We'll work with it. Technology's great when it works. But no, I think it's really going to come down to a numbers game, right? So in Pennsylvania, you've got the liberal concentration in Pittsburgh and one in Philadelphia. And then right in the center of the state, Centre County, which is the home of Penn State University, my alma mater, you do see that county typically go blue. But the rest of the state is going to be solid red. So it's really, in my opinion, going to come down to numbers. How many people come out in the urban areas and how many people come out in the rural areas, the suburban areas, for each side of the ticket. And I think that's going to be the determining factor.
Yeah, and that's what the things that we were talking about before, right? Whether or not sometimes the media can play on to the fact of, oh, early votes means a lot of participation, means it favors the Democrats, but then those Republicans who may not have come out to the polls say, oh, come today, oh, that doesn't mean anything. We're going to come out and vote, get in the truck, let's go out and cast our ballots. I just think this year, right, because of 2016 and because of all the polling that was done that favored Hillary Clinton, and then it went exactly the opposite, I think the reason why this election is so important, and it's probably causing a lot of anxiety amongst Americans voting and just looking at this outcome, is because we just don't know, right? We don't trust in the numbers that we once did trust in. So it's definitely interesting to hear you guys' different opinions and what your projections and outcomes are. I think either way, right, a lot of focus and what a lot of people were worried about, right, was how the markets are going to react to this as well, and what's going to happen tomorrow, right? One, because of the fact that we're still in pandemic. Secondly, because of the fact whenever there's a change, right, the market's volatile, and how that's going to affect us in the economy. And in 3, too, right, we still haven't gotten to a third stimulus. There's still a lot of people unemployed, and a lot of people still looking for help as we get through what many experts say is the second or third wave of the coronavirus as well.
So I mean, as we talk about stimulus, right, and that's a very important thing and an important agenda item for millions of Americans, whether or not they're going to receive, which many feel is much needed federal help and assistance. Do we think that if Trump loses tonight, or if after the election has declared a definitive winner, if he's on the losing end of that, does he still push to make sure that American people get the assistance that they need?
Yeah, I think they do. You want to jump in there?
I wanted to add on to that question how was that money recouped? How was that money even,
Yeah, I think either way, whoever wins, and once there is a definitive, declarative winner, when you would hope, and here's my opinion, you would hope that because there's been so much polarization right now, once we know and there's a definitive and whoever decides to concede, that we know that America has to get back into business. Usually during that time, even as polarized as the country is, and even with all the worry that's going on in terms of what will happen tomorrow based upon civil unrest on either side of the political party, that the thought process would be, okay, we need to get back and we need to help those who've been suffering enough, and then how do we get rid of this virus? But then I think there's a lot of other factors that are included in that too, and I think that comes with the senatorial and congressional races as well, that could really make a huge compounding difference, right, Dave, as to whether or not Democrats hold control of both houses, whether the GOP holds control of both houses, and whether either political party will possibly hold control of both the White House, the Congress, and the Senate, right?
Well, yeah, and the bigger question becomes, what do they do if they get that power? Because there's been so much talk about what's going to happen, especially with regard to the Supreme Court, right?
Yes, sir.
So we open up that can of worms. If the Democrats take control and are able to change the number of justices that sit on the Supreme Court, are they going to do it?
Yeah.
And I thought it was very revealing. I won't use the word frightening, but very revealing when Joe Biden would not discuss in the debate what his plans would be if he became president with regard to the Supreme Court.
Well, it's definitely been unprecedented for President Trump, David, and Ivan and Desmond as well. I believe it's 4, right? Four Supreme Court justices
that
he's been able to get through.
4. Now there's a total of 6 out of 9.
Six out of 9
that are seen as
conservative leaning.
Well, I want to say that Justice Roberts is more of a centrist, right? and has not always went and made his decisions based on party politics, right? And in fact, some may even say Justice Roberts is more of a disappointment to the Conservative Party because of his more, I wouldn't say liberal leaning, but just more of his decisions kind of aligning with the middle.
He's become the new Sandra Day O'Connor.
He's
right?
become the next thing. Yes,
The new
absolutely.
Ivan Boris.
Oh, there. Ivan's really letting it out tonight
There
on
you
Tough
go.
Talk, isn't
There
it?
you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
The new, you're a centrist. Huh?
There you go. I'm a centrist. There you go.
What's your opinion about that? Do you think that this is going to be real change? Right, mind you, right next week we have something coming up in the Supreme Court that has a lot to do with healthcare, which is a big topic and issue. We just got a new Supreme Court justice. She could have profound effects on the decision and what happens with healthcare. What do you think about it, and what's your opinion about this whole stack in the court talk that's been going on?
I think it all boils down to local politics, right? And I think that's something that we all need to do our due diligence in doing. I mean, that's why Donald Trump was voted. He was elected president in the first place, and people were so upset, or many people, and then you had half the people that they voted for him. I mean, that's just what it is. But we need to focus on our local politician and hold them accountable first, because we're so focused on the big change, on this bigger picture, but we're not dealing with what's at home first. So for me, I just think that it unless we change within, unless we change our foundation, we can't change what's outside.
What's outside? Desmond, quick comments about the Supreme Court, since we're on that topic.
I think when you and I were having a conversation
Yep.
pre-show about the Constitution and also the powers that would be necessary to be enacted to change the construct or the makeup of SCOTUS, right, of the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Since 1869, there's been 9 members. And that's an incredible length of time. And think about the amount of impactful and groundbreaking court cases that have come across the judiciary in that time, right? Separate but equal has been struck down, right? Roe versus Wade has been enacted. And so 9 members of the court have been able to, through case law and through their interpretation of the Constitution, have been able to right a number of social injustices, right? That kind of, I would say that the amount of work that the Supreme Court has done, is in terms of change to the way in which we negotiate everyday life, is incredible, with the 9 members that are currently, may not currently be on the court, but with the construct of a 9-member court. And I think tampering with that can be a downfall, right? Can be something that we need to avoid at all costs. So I'm not in favor of stacking the court, of changing something that for whatever reason it is not broken.
Well, we'll see what the Democratic Party agrees with you or not. If I should say, Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris become the new president and vice president of the United States. In the meantime, while we are having this conversation, it's also a conversation that we want you to take part in as well.
That's right.
We want you to join the conversation. So make sure on all social media realms, if you use that hashtag, particularly on Twitter, Tough Talk 2020, we want to hear your comments and join in. I'm sure Dave will let us know, right, if as soon as we get comments in, and there could be topics of discussion as well, right, Dave?
Right, and what's great is if you use that hashtag, we can put your comment right on the air like you see down at the bottom. So we really want to hear from people. If you have questions for the group, also I'm monitoring the YouTube live comments. So if you're watching, well, you are watching us on YouTube live. If you have questions for the team, something you want to hear from Desmond or from Ivan or from Ray or myself, post it in the comments. We got some students from my school watching. Alpha Diallo's here. My cousin Tyler DeRouge is watching from Pennsylvania.
How you doing? Thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody here knows Eileen Ellis. Is that your relative?
That's
Ray?
right, Eileen Ellis.
Eileen.
Just with her down there in Florida.
How are you?
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, so they're live. We've got 22 people currently live. on the YouTube stream. And by all means, share this out and get in the conversation. This is not a one-sided thing. We want to have all kinds of voices and all kinds of opinions to be a part of what we're talking about.
We got a key race alert, Dave.
Oh, key race alert.
Oh my
Well,
gosh.
now you're going to make me work for it because now I gotta bring up YouTube TV and see if I can get it on the air here. Let me work on that. What's the key race alert? Let's just fill people
So
in.
right now we have Virginia. Donald Trump has 65%. South Carolina.
32.
South Carolina, Donald
South
Trump is
Carolina,
ahead.
Donald Trump has 70%.
70%. but
Donald
they-
Trump is winning also Kentucky with 58%.
But again, these are still only 18 to 20% of the votes counted because in those states, a lot of the polls have just closed. A big question, right, that I think, is going to be part of tonight. There goes Georgia as well, 16 electoral votes. Georgia, for the first time, right, we're hearing this all on TV, is a state that usually runs red. Now it's turned purple. They also have a senatorial race that's been very heated as well that could turn around as well. So very interested. A lot of people are watching Georgia as well. And when it comes to these, right, we're now 30 minutes after the first polls have closed here on the East Coast, approaching 7:30. A lot of people were concerned about the fact of the rules when it came to the early voting and mail-in voting. In particular, right, mail-in votes are usually harder to count because one, you have to take it out, open the envelope. Two, you have to verify the signature. And three, you have to put it into the ballot. And a lot of the states are not allowed to count those votes until today.
Till the day of the election.
And
That's right.
these may be the vital vote depending upon how close the electoral college is. If it is close, could really decide whether or not we know who the president of the United States is tonight. So
And I don't want to add any fly in the ointment in terms of mail-in ballots, but I know we've heard recently that it took a federal judge's order towards the post office, United States Post Office, to go out and find over 300,000 mail-in ballots that were received but have not been scanned as received by the U.S. Postal Service. And so there was a federal mandate for the United States Postal Service not only to find those votes, but to open them and to log what the intent of the voter was and to report back to that federal magistrate by the close of the polls today. And so when you talk about mail-in ballots being suspect, part of the issue is that we've got to be able, as a federal government, and I'm talking about the United States Postal Service, to effectively receive those ballots and then make sure that they are sent out to the residents that they're supposed to go out
a
to.
lot of people on the other side of that argument said there were about 7 or 8 states that actually had mail-in voting and did them successfully. Whether or not they'll work tonight,
Right.
we'll see. But we want to send it right back to Dave. Dave, you have some comments you want to share with
Just
us?
wanted to give you a technical update. We now have the CNN feed here that we can watch side by side.
Awesome.
So we're watching. That's John, right?
Broward County.
Yeah, Miami-Dade. That was
Magic Wall, John King.
John King. Yeah, I couldn't remember his last name. I drew a blank. I had a Biden moment.
Fireworks are starting already.
Oh,
Miami-Dade County, of course, a lot of what's been the focus, right, Dave? Not only is this always important because while Miami's always looked upon, Broward, Miami-Dade County looked to be blue, a lot of times it could turn purple because a lot of the Latino and Latino Cubans tend to vote Republican. The question is tonight whether or not they will vote for Donald Trump or will the referendum on coronavirus happen and will they favor Biden and Harris?
Shout out to my sister, my brother-in-law, by the way, out there, my nieces out there in Miami-Dade right now.
Yeah, there you go. Did
Yeah.
they go and vote? Did you know?
Oh,
that they're
absolutely.
What did they tell you about their process of voting? Did they say it was a pain in the neck? You know, Broward County was always known for the debacle of the 2000 presidential election. What did they say? Did they say they?
Well, they
said
didn't say anything.
Okay.
They didn't say, so I guess it would.
Probably went pretty smooth.
I'm sure they voted early if they had early voting. In
Yeah, Florida
Miami-Dade.
always has early voting. A lot of people went out there. I was just down in Seminole County over just last week, and Seminole County really an important county in the I-4 corridor of Florida, which represents Orlando, and there was a lot of people out voting early. What I saw on Friday, there was lines that were very long from the afternoon when I went with my nephew to go pick up school lunch, and then we just kind of drove by there again on Friday night. The lines were still long, so that means people are going out there to vote. All right, David, what you got going on over there? Anything new you could share with us?
Not yet. We're still waiting for some comments to come in on Twitter. So by all means, if you've got Twitter, let us know. Let me try that. Now you can hear me better, can't you?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We want to hear from you on Twitter, so be sure you use that hashtag ToughTalk2020. I'm going to jump back over and monitor some of the comments on YouTube. Unfortunately, I can't be showing you CNN and monitoring the YouTube at the same time. I've only got 2 screens, so it's a technology challenge here. But go ahead, Ray.
David, let me ask you this: what's the most important topic to you? You know, during this 2020 election, and how do you kind of relate that in terms of how the outcome is going to be here tonight? Is it law and order? Is it healthcare? Is it the coronavirus pandemic, or is it the economy? What would you say?
So, I'm in a unique position, and it's tough for me to answer that because, as Ivan and Desmond both know, we're in jobs that have remained relatively secure, right? We work in education. And so, teachers are needed now probably more than ever in terms of the online teaching. So I've been very fortunate, and I don't take it for granted, that my job really wasn't put at such great risk as many, many people's jobs were. I do have some financial goals I'm working on, so the economy is very important to me. Of course, the pandemic is important to me, but I don't know how much I trust the mainstream media's coverage of the pandemic, and whether the reporting has really been fair and accurate and balanced, or whether it has been slanted in such a way to give an advantage to a candidate.
How do you rate the president right now and his handling of the virus and the back and forth that many have said that he has with his trusted advisors, with Dr. Fauci, and his comments on whether or not you believe we're turning the corner when it comes to the virus, or that there's too much attention put to the virus?
Well, I don't know that you'll ever know how the president really feels about the people around him. Now, this is the man who was on The Apprentice, right? This is the man who created this idea of you're fired, right? That is his image. That is his persona. And so he's going to continue to play that character, even though he's doing it from the White House. So I'm not shocked or surprised when we hear commentary like, oh, maybe I should fire Fauci, which was an offhanded remark he made at one of his rallies recently, which the mainstream media pounced upon. So I just think he continues to play a character, which I know a lot of people think is absolutely inappropriate for a president to be doing.
Right.
But behind closed doors, you don't know. You don't know what his relationship is like with Dr. Deborah Birx, with Dr. Anthony Fauci, with the people who are managing the crisis. They were very good about collecting sound bites from governors from April, when you had Governor Cuomo saying the federal government was amazing. They were super responsive. We asked for this, they brought it. We asked for the ship, they brought it. We asked for ventilators, they made them, right? So the president and his team, his campaign team, have done an excellent job, I think, of gathering the, what if you want to call it, evidence from governors saying that during the height of the initial push of the pandemic, which we're talking about March and April, that they felt that the government was extraordinarily responsive. And believe me, the White House has collected every single one of those sound bites.
Absolutely. But then, too, you also had the governor of Maryland, who was a Republican as well, the former leader of the National Governors Association, who particularly criticized President Trump when him enacting Defense Production Act when it came to PPEs in that state as well. And I know that's part of the ongoing debate. Ivan, I kind of want to ask you, and I want to ask you to Desmond too, because you both are fathers, right? And as we talk about when this, sticking on the topic of coronavirus and whether or not there is a vaccine put into place when it is federally approved, are you going to take the vaccine? Are you going to encourage your children to take the vaccine? And after you tell me if you are or not, how do you think whoever's in leadership in the White House is going to convince America? Because a lot of people who don't even trust that in terms of combating this virus. What would you say to that?
For me, it's a sensitive topic for the simple fact that I nearly died from contracting the coronavirus myself. I suffered through it. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. It was definitely probably the scariest moment of my entire life. So as far as taking a vaccine, a potential vaccine, whether it's preliminary or not, it's still a toss-up because it's something that I wouldn't want myself or anybody else to go through. So I have a deep respect for the illness. So it's still a toss-up for me.
It's still a toss-up for you, and I think a lot of people share your same sentiment. Desmond, you've recently gone through the process of getting tests and for your family as well, and thank goodness everything has come out negative.
That's right.
What's your thoughts on a vaccine, and when it does come out, are you going to be one of the first people to get it?
I think my feelings about the vaccine in terms of whether or not I'm going to get it or I'm going to promote members of my families to receiving a vaccine once it's approved and once it's gone through clinical trials is kind of overcoming the credibility issue that this president's administration has created with regard to dealing with the coronavirus, with regard to the vaccine, right? We talk about the president saying things like, this is going to disappear like a miracle once it gets warmer, right? Or that there'll be a vaccine for election day, right? And all these kind of erroneous claims and hyperbole surrounding a vaccine or when we'll have a cure for this virus has posed a great degree of issues around the presidential or the president's ethos when it comes to issues surrounding the vaccine and whether Americans trust that the American government has effectively evaluated any vaccine and that they have gone through clinical trials and that the data released is accurate and honest, right? And is credible. And so I think there's an uphill battle here in terms of convincing the American public that the vaccine, once released, has properly been tested. It's not being kind of propagated or pushed out to the American people out of some haste to open up the economy, and it's not a political ploy to meet some type of asinine deadline that we just kind of arbitrarily put out for political gain. I think people are concerned about whether or not, if a vaccine is put forth, that it is put forth in a way that's ethical.
And I just want to chime back in on that. And I think and I'm going on record as to saying that I think that is where President Donald Trump dropped the ball. He didn't handle it in the way of being honest with the American people. And so I definitely agree with your sentiments. But then if we go through history and we ask ourselves, whenever our country has been challenged with any type of adversity, how have our leaders always handled it? And they've always handled it with positivity, right? So this was the first time that the country said, we don't want positivity right now, we need truth. And I think people misconstrued that, and there needs to be a separation of that. So yeah, did he mess up? Yes, absolutely. Did he fuck up? Excuse me, can I curse on this? Oh, sorry. He did.
Well,
all right, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, did he do it for the right reasons? And I don't think people question that. I think it's just a matter of whether or not it just adds to his track record.
And we'll see whether tonight that will be the quintessential reasoning as to whether or not there's a change in the White House or
Dave,
not.
and what do you think, Dave?
Well, I just wanted to jump in because we're getting some comments on YouTube that I wanted to make sure that we include in this part of the conversation. So,
Awesome.
Someone by the name of Tom Brady says that he will not take the vaccine. Tony Ellis commented, "We get rid of the virus through having a competent administration who believes in science, and science is in all
Agreed.
capital letters."
Here, here.
All right.
Tony Ellis.
Thank you guys for your comments.
Tanya says she's not comfortable giving her children the vaccine. She also goes on to say that she'd have to see how it would affect people before trying it herself or letting their children get it. Meanwhile,
You take
Eileen
it
Ellis
first.
just is saying,
Let me see.
open up the economy already. David Vasquez chimed in, responding to, who said drop the ball? Which one of you guys said drop the ball?
I said drop the ball.
So David Vasquez replies, drop the ball. he lied and continues to do so.
All right.
April LeBron doesn't
Very
want
cool.
to be used as a test dummy.
Oh.
And Eileen Ellis also says the flu kills far more people than coronavirus every year.
We got a division here.
Tanya adds to her thoughts. She says the public needs to realize we're not going to get the same treatment that President Trump received when he tested positive.
Right, that is
Wow,
true.
this is true.
So the question.
Alex LeBron.
Yeah.
I think Alex LeBron is from Spain. I think I interviewed him during the pandemic.
Ah,
says
right.
he would
Hey,
never
Alex.
take a vaccine. Alex LeBou says Florida Panhandle is going to come in at 8 p.m. and turn it all red. So he's watching Return
All right.
to
Where
Florida.
and
So
where
we love
about-
having the comments. Guys, listen, if you want to get your comments on the screen with us, you got to do it through Twitter because that's what we have the graphic system set up for. So go on Twitter, hashtag Tough Talk 2020. We'll be able to put your comments right here on the air. And keep them coming on YouTube. I'll try to monitor them and get as many of them on the air as we can. We thank you so much for joining us.
All right, Dave, thank you so much. As we
you.
approach 14 minutes and counting to the 8 o'clock hour, where a lot of states are going to be closing their election polls and more counting is going to take place as we get deeper into the night here, fellas.
That's right.
As the anticipation brews as to who will get to 270, right? 270 electoral votes, I should say, are needed in order
That's right.
to gain the presidency.
And do we have the scoreboard up yet, Dave?
Yeah, what's the numbers looking like?
Yeah, we're at we're
11
currently
to
at
0.
11 for Trump and 0 for Biden. And I was just getting ready to throw over to CBS, and they went to commercial. So
All right.
That's
Well,
all
I
right.
think this is a good time for us to go to a commercial as well. We'll have a lot more topics to talk about.
right.
We got through coronavirus. There's still so much more with that and the debate about masks. We also got to talk about law and order and this whole civil unrest when it comes to law enforcement and people of color. I want to dig into that. Of course, we want to encourage all you guys to keep your comments coming in. If you do it through Twitter using the hashtag ToughTalk2020, you'll be able to see your comments right here on the air. And of course, we're going to engage and discuss with everyone. Right, Ivan?
Yes, sir.
Ivan's checking his phone right now.
I'm trying to get everybody in here. I'm trying to get everybody in there.
What do you
Like-
say, Dave?
all right, we'll be right back in a few minutes.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Tough Talk 2020.
Welcome back.
I'm Ray. There's Ivan here. Desmond's over there on the couch. Dave's manning everything from the helm there at his desk. We're joining you, we're coming to you live from Throgs Neck here in the Bronx as we continue our tradition of doing this important talk, tough talk, as we look to see who the next president of the United States will be. A lot of big developments since we came back, right? The electoral board has been updated. Right now, it's projected that Joe Biden has won the state of Vermont, which is 3 electoral votes. So now it's 11-3.
He's on the board.
He's on the board. And I think the other big update we just saw as well is that the state of Florida right now, with 80% of the votes counted in, is at a statistical dead heat. This will have a lot of implications as we go deeper into the night tonight to determine whether and which one, Biden or President Trump, wins that crucial state of Florida. Very, 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 very interesting. And of course, as we've been promoting all night, we want to hear from you as well. We thank you for those who are commenting. We want more of you to comment as well, and we want you to keep coming in as we get into more deeper topics as it comes to the political divide in America.
And speaking of those comments, I want to shout out Lincoln Lewis, who's commenting on YouTube. He says, everyone's an expert all of a sudden. Nobody knew how they would handle the situation. Even in the beginning, Fauci was saying the virus was not a big deal in the early stages. He went on to say, and I think this is something we could discuss, he says, I don't watch any mainstream news.
All right. There
Is that a growing phenomenon? Are people losing trust in mainstream news? And is that part of the reason why we're here tonight?
I wonder, and Dave, you and I always have discussions about it. I think all of us all around have discussions about this as well. And being members of the media, we've really seen a change in dynamic in terms of less objectivity, or I should say more objectivity. A lot of opinion-based journalism and a lot of journalism, unfortunately, that has skewed to one side or the other. Right, Dave?
Absolutely. And it's not even a secret anymore, right? It used to be a little bit low key. I just keep checking my mic. Sorry, guys. It used to be a little bit low key, but you knew that CNN always leaned a little liberal, and you knew Fox News was conservative. But now, you talk to most people, and they'll tell you they believe that they're blatant propaganda machines.
Yes.
Yeah. On top of the instance, too, I it would be remiss to say that President Trump has done, I guess, an incredible job.
Phenomenal.
Using these key terms to really punch back at the media, along with using Twitter as well to control the dynamic as well. Do you have any trust and belief in media now? Don't make me cry.
I know. I mean, we've had heated discussions.
Absolutely.
Right. We've had heated discussions because, obviously, when anybody attacks media, that's attacking, your livelihood, and I get that. But and so not only is it attacking your livelihood, but it's also attacking your quote unquote like this brotherhood of people in media, journalism. And I know why you went into it, and I know where your heart is. And what has always been the difficulty with our discussions is not everybody is like you. That's right. Yeah. And that's a hard pill to swallow for you in our discussions. Right. And so right now it's difficult. There's a lot of times where I've bought into sound bites. And I've been corrected, and then everything that I posed and everything that I brought to the table gets thrown out the window because I bought into one soundbite. Right. So now what I have got into the
particular pattern, right?
Pattern is to fact check, and I fact check not just the first and second thing that comes up on Google search. I have to really have to delve in to these forms of information.
That's right.
And if that means if I have to go through 7, 8, 9 pages before I get to what I'm looking for or what it is, what the truth is, then I need to do it.
And that's the big lesson here, right? I could go through, and David and any members of the media could go through such harsh criticisms, right? But I think the main important thing here is that everyone could be self-educators, right?
That's
and
right.
we have the power to do that, and if someone goes above and beyond to do that and to fact check and to be more credible, oh my gosh, that lesson overall would be the best, right, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we hope for, right?
Yeah,
I want to jump in with more comments from some people on YouTube. Lincoln Lewis, again, very active in the conversation, says mainstream news is the biggest problem in the United States. He goes on to say there is no journalistic integrity anymore.
Right.
He says in the past, they would have at least pretended to be impartial. The masks are completely off now. And before we move on, I want to shout out Henry Gorman, who's joining us from the Sunshine State.
All right,
So
Henry.
this is
Welcome,
this is the
Henry.
hot ground. So Henry, if you can give us some boots on the ground
Yeah.
insight as to what's going on. Did you vote today, Henry? And what was the result? What
How
was
are the
polling like?
lines?
Right now, how are the lines? We know that right now. Oh, my mic was off. I was hearing me through your mics. Oh, sorry about that. Listen, you're trying to run the whole show at one
Yeah.
time. It's not easy to do.
That's right.
So, just want to repeat Lincoln's comments. He said that mainstream news is the biggest problem in the United States. He said there's no journalistic integrity anymore. He says in the past they would have at least pretended to be impartial. Now the masks are completely off. And I apologize for the audio. Henry Gorman tells us that he actually mailed in his vote last week, so he didn't have to deal with the polling lines.
Wow.
Henry, can we ask you, as a Florida voter, what issues were most important to you, and what sort of guided your decision? And I know, being that Henry's a personal friend, I know his employment in his past. We're not going to put all that out there.
Yes.
But I'd be very curious, knowing what he does for a living, what he used to do for a living. Would be very curious to know what that was like. And I want to shout out and thank Adrian Cheng, one of my students, who's
Hey,
given me some
Adrian.
technical feedback when my mic is overmodulated and things like that. So thank you, Adrian, for keeping me honest and keeping the feed good quality. And Henry just chimed in. He says his number one issue, the economy. So Henry, I got to ask you, if the economy is your number one issue, who's winning on the economy? Who do you think has the better plan? I mean, obviously it's Trump's economy as we sit here. But
Is it
you know,
Trump's
Henry, if you
economy?
wouldn't mind chiming in, who do you think has a better plan to guide us forward? I think it's going to be tough to find anybody who would argue against the current president if economy is their number one issue. What do you guys think?
Well, the Democrats have said that Joe Biden's economic policy, particularly when it comes to green policy in terms of creating more jobs, when it comes to having a greener environment, is something that not only will work well with the markets. In fact, when he announced his green plan of having, changing all government cars into electric cars, that day, I think it was September 23rd, all stocks, when it came to energy stocks, rose and set the market on a big high. So a lot of Democrats would say, in terms of us having a greener economy, that's in the right direction to move. Whether or not there are a lot of people that I've talked to and who have told me that they are afraid that if Joe Biden wins, the economy is not going to win at all.
I'm interested as why that's the feeling. That's the pervasive feeling.
Because there is so much confidence in terms of what Trump has done so far pre-pandemic and how he's gotten to the economy, that people don't feel, one, change is always volatility, right? So that would be a change, but more
The
importantly,
markets normally take a hit when there's a transition of power.
That's
But
correct.
Is it really something that an incoming president can take credit for? Trump was taking credit for an uptick in the economy within his first 100 days.
That's correct.
I mean, is that a credible assumption or an assertion that just because you've been elected, if there's any uptick in the economy, then it's because of you being president?
Right. Well, Dave, what do you say to that?
I'm trying to update the scoreboard. You caught me off guard. I think that CNN has the scoreboard looking something like this.
All right, what's the numbers there?
30 Biden, Trump 18. I hope I don't have them flipped. It was on CNN and then it went away from the screen. But let me see if I can get CNN up here on the screen for you guys.
Wow, as we get closer.
They had
closer,
Florida up there, still neck and neck.
Still neck and
Florida.
neck. I mean, you know, the big question when you hear about Florida neck and neck, you know, are we going to go through what we went through in 2000
hanging
with
chads.
Bush and Gore?
2000.
And just
2000.
and just like your friend Henry there, you know, he put in a mail-in ballot. You know, are those going to be counted tonight? You know, is his vote going to count? It's just so interesting to see and hear how this all will play out as we get deeper and deeper into the night.
And as we said at the top of the show, that there are a number of states that have already come out and said that they're not focused on the mail-in ballots tonight. They're focused on whatever has come in terms of in-person voting and whatever they can tabulate today, right? And that some ballots won't get read and won't get open or tabulated until some states are saying as late as Friday. And so that's a long time.
That's
after
gonna be
an
tough.
Election.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to really call this thing.
Did you vote early?
I did. I voted early. Look, I got
voted
I got my band over here.
Oh wow, you got to vote
Oh,
early.
voted
Where'd you
early.
get that from?
I got
Yeah.
a sticker. They gave me
Yeah,
I got a
get
bit.
bands from.
We live in the same district. We vote at the same thing.
I must have went the wrong time. They had bands when I went.
That's a hospital band.
So that's a medication bracelet?
That's a hospital band. He had to go to the ER after banging his head off the wall so many times.
Dave,
So-
what you got on the boards?
Well, Henry chimed back in from Florida. He said that in terms of the economy, he believes that Joe Jorgensen would be the number one for
Is that the
economy.
independent?
Is that the independent
Yes,
nominee?
yes.
He is.
Oh, that was
But
the name
he
of
also
that
goes on to
person.
say that Joe Jorgensen can't win. So
No.
his second choice,
He can do nothing but split the vote, as all independents have done before
How
him.
come
I think it
we-
might be, is it a female? It's
I know
Thursday?
what she
Oh.
may be.
you know, I didn't see one picture of this
Of Joe
individual,
Jorgensen. I don't
let
know. Right, it
alone
was never
we
female.
were talking about
There's
that
not
before
been
we
one
started.
ad on TV.
Just nothing.
No.
You know what happened to the days of the Naders and
the Ralph Naders.
or the
Ross
Ross
Perot.
Perot.
Ross Perot.
What happened?
Money.
Or even locally, the Mark Greens and the other
That's
independents.
correct.
Yeah.
You know, and then we went through these waves of, you know, I guess more recently it was the Democratic wave of those supporting AOC, who's, by the way, in a very important election happening in this district where we're sitting
Which
at.
I predict she's gonna win.
Sitting at today, and then you remember the Tea Party led by the senator from Texas. Oh my gosh, why can't I remember? Ted Cruz. You know, that happened before, but now there's not that, right? There's just this divisive Democratic, Republican, liberal, and conservative talk. So,
And independent votes don't typically pull from any political base other than the Democratic Party.
right.
They don't split the vote in any base except the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I know. And then there's those people too who felt like why should I need to go to the poll, right? I don't like either candidate. You know, this is just not the time that I feel any type of fervor. And then those people that are out there as well. And how do we kind of count their opinion and their votes and how it moves on to the next?
I think unless you vote, there is no opinion. Not an opinion that can be tabulated or quantified in any real way, right? Voting's the only way
Why do
to signify your voice.
I want to ask you too this. Why do people in minority communities feel that way the most? Right?
Feel
Has that
that
been
their
your
vote-
experience? Because I could say that's been mine.
There's a lot of reasons. There's disenfranchisement. There's systemic racism. There's a lot of different reasons. I mean,
But don't you think that would be the instance then that would compel people to want to go and vote to overcome that change of
well,
that?
that's I think that's the major issue, and I'm sorry, I'm
No, go.
gonna chime in before that, before you do, and I think that is the issue. I think the voices haven't been heard for all of these years, right? So when you live under such as us, right, or myself, speaking for myself, when you live in a democratic city, right, that is predominantly controlled by Democrats, and you haven't seen change in over 50 years, you have to ask yourself, does my vote really count? So I'm putting it out there, right? This is who I am, and I'm going to challenge our viewers into answering that question. And if you're going to tell me that change has been made, I rebuttal it and say, how much? Has it been enough?
This compounds upon your fact of how important local government elections are and people participating in that in terms of those members, right? Whether it's your assembly person, whether it's your city manager, whether it's your mayor, those are the people really affecting our everyday change and enacting and creating law that's going to affect us in the long term. That makes it harder to change if there's an upheaval or a disagreement with what goes on. And a lot of people just don't are not aware of that, or don't have knowledge about it, or who really don't pay attention to it, but they really pay attention to nights like tonight. So
They do, and I think if we looked at the two elections, 16 presidential rather, 16 and 20, there have been a large improvement in voter turnouts from the black and brown community for both of those elections, and even preceding that with Barack Obama, right? So I think the trend is beginning to take hold with communities of color that these federal elections are important, right? And we need to show up and not be deterred. The story I shared earlier in terms of being at the polling place and they were going through that level of dysfunction and not opening on time. Yes, the people were upset. Yes, they were very vocal. Yes, they were calls made to 311, and even I activated my limited knowledge of Twitter and tweeted in the New York City Board of Elections several times. But no one left, right? No one got frustrated and walked away, right? No one said, oh, I got to go to work and I'm not going to vote. Those people stayed, they raised their voice, they yelled, they said what they were going to say, but they stayed and they voted. And they made sure, and even when we got inside, even being issued the wrong type of ballot and putting our information in and having the machine spit it out, right? And not count it, going back to the table and,
Right.
and making sure, insisting that we got the proper ballot, insisting that our vote was counted, is something that we haven't really seen in communities of color. Right? Well, when they perceive voter suppression, they just kind of acquiesce and say, look, this is where this is a plan of the establishment to keep us down, and they just kind of walk away, right? But to have that steadfastness and saying, I'm going to make sure my vote is counted, is something that's relatively new. And I'm encouraged to see that, in communities of color. And then in turn, to your point, in terms of now using that new resolve and really galvanizing around local elections, I think is when we will see the most bang for our buck. I think the point is well taken. In order for federal policies to trickle down to the everyday American takes a lot of time and a lot of changes and a lot of different nuances before it impacts upon us directly. But it's the local elections, it's the city council, it's the state assembly, right? It's the state senate. It's those local races that have immediate repercussions to the way in which American citizens negotiate daily life. And when we start activating on a local level, I think is when we'll start to see real change.
absolutely. And the other side on that argument, in terms of voter suppression, is what I think made President Trump's election in 2016 so successful too, because on the other side, the suburban or rural white people who necessarily didn't participate in votes, especially from places where they had low electoral points, really stepped up, right, and took their time to go and vote, and that's why we had the results of 2016. So, Dave, you would agree. I think that's why a lot of people were so shocked, right? Because we're always usually focused on, the areas of high population, right? The Californias, the New Yorks, the Texases, of course, Florida's always in there, and interchange in between. Now we hear, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are swing states, and all the pundits trying to determine whether or not how suburban and rural people are going to go out to vote, huh?
Well, Ray, we talked about this in 2016.
Yes,
right?
we did.
We talked about the fact that for so many years, people in extremely rural areas, like the one I grew up in, just weren't politically engaged, right? Not to the same degree as people in urban areas tend to be.
Yeah.
And so what I saw in 2016 was this groundswell. And I really noticed it, as I said before, when I drove to Arkansas to visit my brother Donnie. And when you go through what they call those flyover states, the energy was just insane. In 2016, my mother, we'll call her in her late 50s, early 60s. We don't want to give up her age on the air, but voted for the first time in her life in 2016. Okay, first time in her life. And I got to tell you, this time around, she didn't want to vote. She didn't want to vote.
Very
and
interesting.
I had to call her up and harass her and, get her mail-in ballot sent out to her from the County Board of Elections.
Wow.
And she did vote. But she was so disgusted with how things have gone in the past, 4 years, that she didn't want to vote out. She didn't say, I want to go vote Trump out. She didn't say, I want to go vote Biden in. She said, I don't want to vote. Now, this is coming from someone who voted for the first time and was very excited in 2016 to cast her ballot. Wow. So I wonder, I don't think there are a lot of those, and all jokes aside, her name is Karen. So I don't know how many Karens there are out there who have decided they just don't want to vote in this election. But it was very telling to me.
Yeah, I think there are a lot, and that's what we're kind of waiting to see tonight. Are there enough of those people that are going to help to decide this election in terms of favoring Trump or favoring Joe Biden? If those people don't go out to Trump to vote because the way they feel, does that mean Trump doesn't get a second term in the White House?
Well, I mean, we saw the last election, and where the deciding factor was white women, right? And then we a week after we saw the Million Woman March, and that was in opposition of Trump. So I mean, there was definitely a disparity across the board. So tonight's going to be definitely very interesting when those numbers come back. Yeah.
So I just want to update everybody. CNN is making some more projections.
Let's
The
go.
current scoreboard has Biden at 30 electoral votes, Trump at 26. It looks like CNN has awarded Indiana, Kentucky, and Oklahoma to President Trump. Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maryland to Joe Biden right now.
All
So
right.
I have it up. You can see we're in a triple box here. So CNN
Very nice.
is right up here. We're having issues playing it back here in the apartment for reasons Ray knows about. I'm getting messages from Arkansas asking me what's going on. So.
I'll have to definitely try to fix that as we are 15 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. All right, a lot of the poll sites in states here on the East Coast have been closed. Have been closed for 15 minutes, so that counting is happening. Desmond, what if you were to be in a fly on the wall inside of a board of elections counting these votes during this time, how would you think you would feel?
Probably overwhelmed, right?
Yeah,
In terms of Board of Election, this is something that is unprecedented, right? In terms of the number of mail-in ballots, in terms of the number of absentee ballots, in terms of in those states where there is no in-person voting and it's just ballot after ballot that's being delivered that you have to count.
Yeah.
It has to wear on you, right? You think back to in 2000 election when the nation and maybe even the world kind of honed in microscopically on that one county and the counting of those hanging chads and those ballots. That type of work is taking place in 35, 40 states right now, right? And so it's an incredible undertaking. And it's I just really hope that everyone is steadfast and responds to this, incredible duty with a high level of integrity.
The weight of the world is definitely on their shoulders. Let's go to Dave.
All right.
So I want to just chime in with some comments from.
Yep.
I want to chime in with some comments from YouTube. We have Malik Moore, who said something that I thought was very interesting. He says there hasn't been any change, and the boomer doomers vote blindly. He says most voters are uninformed and just vote blue because that's tradition in. He quotes minority communities.
Absolutely, Malik.
Wow. All right.
Interesting.
Thanks for your comment, Malik.
Thank you, Malik.
Yeah, and I think
Wasn't always the case though.
that's right. I discovered, and I got a chance to use this, and right, for a person who loves politics, and I consider myself to be well informed. Even going to the ballot box when I went last Wednesday to vote, I was a little bit confused about who exactly was on the voting referendum, and I wanted to make sure I made an informed decision. There was a lot of city judges that were up for re-election, but I wanted to tell everyone, and I guess now it's too late, but right, we have special elections coming up and stuff. There is an app, and I know I'm doing a promotion here, but there is an app that actually uses geo-tracking technology where you could be able to sign in and it recognizes what your district is and it gives you a synopsis of all the candidates that are actually in
awesome.
your district.
What's it called,
voting.
Ray?
I'm
Yeah, what
looking
is it
for it
called?
here on my phone. It's called Vote. You know what I could do? I could do a search, right, for the app, right? Duh.
iPhone 12, people. iPhone 12. This
Yeah,
guy's using.
finally.
Vote with me? No.
No, it's I can't find it. See, that's part of my
here.
unorganization.
Now put it. Oh, it's not there.
Nope, here. I'm gonna let everyone know about this if I could find it. But I used it and it was so helpful in terms of giving a real great synopsis about who was on the
Who your
ballot
elected officials
and why should be able to choose.
Oh.
Because there are some people and candidates that you just don't know about, you don't hear about, and I get back to what the due diligence is of
I
people
definitely
in the media.
went
as
through
well.
it. I experienced that recently through on my community board.
Yeah, like
definitely.
how I can't
where
find
a vote was taking place and nobody even knew who the candidates were, but
Yeah.
they still voted anyway.
Well, I'm gonna keep on looking
Community Board
for
12.
it.
Shout
And
out.
as soon as
Shout out to Community Board 12.
Community Board 12 people. Shout out to you. As soon as I find this app, I will let you know. I'll make sure it'll pop up in my head. I'll be like, oh, here it is. So, David, any more comments so far right now?
I don't know because I've been actually monitoring
Okay.
the television. So if you give me a moment, I'll go back over to YouTube and see what we have.
No worries. In the meantime, we talk about voter suppression. We've talked about this whole issue of the coronavirus. I kind of want to turn our attention, what's made this election cycle so polarized is what has happened in addition to the global pandemic that we've faced. And many people out there would say, we've dealt with a lot when it comes to the bridge and the divide between law enforcement and those in the minority communities, and what that has caused in terms of despair in our country. Not only there being mistrust between those in the black and brown community and law enforcement, but then what our support of law enforcement is, and then what's happened in terms of civil unrest and everything else that's transpired, and what are people worried about what happens in the next hours following this election day. I kind of want to go around the room and kind of get everyone's thoughts about what's going on and how they feel and how much that's going to be a referendum on either President Trump serving another 4 years or Joe Biden becoming the 46th president of the United States. Desmond, I want to start with you.
I think that there's been no more divisive administration than the Donald Trump administration. I think the nation is split, and not only do I think it's split, I think the nation is hurting in terms of how do we respond to, countless. I think at this point you can't even rattle off the names of African Americans or people of color who have been killed unarmed in interactions with the police. Right? I think you need 5 or 10. You need an own segment. Right, to go through all of the names of the individuals who have lost their life, which many would say unnecessarily, with very limited interactions with police, right? And so there is a great deal of community distrust of law enforcement, right? And I think what's needed to instill a higher degree of trust is accountability, right? If someone does, and any of the professions that are represented in this room, does something that is a heinous or is a real overreach in their ascribed authority, they're going to be held accountable. At the very least, they're going to lose their job.
Is this a twofold argument here?
Oh, definitely. You felt that one?
Is this the instance of, yes, there is such a disparity and the Band-Aid has been ripped and that bridge will never been crossed, but is there a lack of education in the minority community in terms of how they deal with an interaction of a law enforcement agent,
right?
And what they do, despite the bad apples in law enforcement, whether or not they are educated enough to be able to survive.
So, I mean, that's huge coming from somebody of media, right? Because the first thing we always tend to think of is that the media is just going to pour fuel on this fire of this police brutality debate. There were many points and many facts that Desmond that he stated, and when I say facts, they are facts. But there's points that I disagree with. To hold the president accountable, could he do a better job in uniting our country? And the answer is absolutely yes. But with that being said, if I do a comparison, can we honestly say that Barack Obama actually addressed these issues at hand accordingly? And I don't think, and personally, although I voted on record, I voted for Barack Obama twice. I can't say that Barack Obama addressed these issues. So again, this goes back to, I mean, are we just addressing these issues now, or to convenience? Or is this something that has been happening and we just turn a blind eye on it?
And your evidence of that was, I guess,
Oh, yes.
during his administration, we had
Absolutely.
Freddie Gray, we had Michael Brown, we had Alton Sterling.
Absolutely.
So this has been something.
And
that
it wasn't
happened
something that
pre-2000.
and it wasn't something that he outright turned his back on,
That's right.
so to
That's right.
speak.
Hey, Desmond, I don't mean to get personal, but
No.
you have 3, 4 sons.
Yes.
What conversations do you have with them all the time when it comes to this?
I had the same conversation that most African American men have with their children of male children of color. especially.
right.
And that's when in any interaction with police, to modulate your tone, right? To use yes sir, no sir, to keep your hands in plain view, right? If you're happen to be operating a vehicle, turn the vehicle off, put the keys in plain sight. If they ask you for your license or registration, ask them for permission before you reach into any areas. Yes, officer, I understand you want me to reach or get my license. It's in my back pocket on my right side. May I reach for it, right? Do everything to put that officer at ease that you are not a threat. And that was the same conversation that was had with me as a young child. In fact, we had instances, and I think we need to kind of go back to this, where police officers were brought into our classrooms. I know at my middle school, our middle school social studies teacher brought an officer in from 100 black men in law enforcement to talk about with students in an urban setting. These are the things you do when you're stopped by the police, right? In order to de-escalate and to keep the matter from escalating to a life-changing or life-threatening situation, right? Is it something that I feel I should have to do? No, right?
That's right.
But it's something that I understand is necessary, right? And again, going back to the innumerable number now of African American or minority individuals who have been killed by police, there's no shame in me telling my child, do everything you can to put that officer at ease so that you can come home, right? And even in doing that, if the officer oversteps their boundary and does something that's really like out of line, me and your mom are going to legislate and we're going to go after that officer with all of the, tools, allowed to us as citizens of the city, but you don't do that in that interaction, right? You come home and you let us,
Right.
Raise the standard high and go back and, try to, achieve some degree of accountability.
Yeah. Dave, I want to bring you into this conversation because I know that you've had discussions as well with your students who are predominantly black and brown, and I know there's been topical discussions about this all the time. What do you hear from your students about what they know in terms of handling these situations? And then even this talk about defund the police, do you get a chance to talk to them about this? What do they tell you? What advice do you give them?
Well, the advice is a lot in line with what Desmond said that he shared with his kids, right? Which is do what you need to do in the moment to make the officer feel at ease, to make the officer understand that you're not about to make any aggressive moves. So a lot of the advice, and it's not a topic, honestly, that comes up too often in my class, not as often as you might think. I would say earlier on in my career, when stop and frisk was a much more common practice in New York City,
Yes, sir.
it did come up more often in conversation. As far as the defund the police, I haven't heard my students talking about that so much. I did have a former student named Emerald Fletcher, who you are familiar with, Ray.
Yeah, I know everyone.
And she was instrumental in organizing some Black Lives Matter protests in the Co-op City neighborhood of the Bronx. And she did a magnificent job of it. We were super proud of her efforts. And what I really appreciated about Emerald was she understood that even to do that and to do it right and to do it well, she needed to coordinate with local police. And so rather than just getting 500 people in Co-op City to go march, she reached out to the 45th Precinct. She spoke with their community affairs folks. And, she worked with the police to still get her message out and still, be able to have that demonstration, but not in a way that was confrontational. And I think if we can have more of that, if we can have more Emerald Fletchers in the world, I think we'd make more progress.
Yeah.
I think that people who live in the rural areas of the country tend to paint with a broad brush when they see these protests taking place, right?
That's right.
They tend to think that those, especially like when you see the violent protests, right? The rioting and things like that. It's sad because that sort of image gets painted over every inner city young person, right?
That's right.
That they're violent, that they're unruly, that they don't listen to law and order.
Is that due to media?
I'm sorry?
Is that due to media? Because I have a question. So I'm born and raised here in Bronx, New York. I teach in the poorest congressional district in the nation. I've taught in the poorest congressional district in the nation for 15 years. And the last thing and what's heavy on my heart is the people of color on color crime and deaths. So I've experienced it. I've lost friends people that I know that have lost people, students that I know have lost people, and it's not something. I wouldn't say that it's not something that's not addressed, but I don't think it gets the same attention as somebody who, unfortunately, and we know that there is a systemic flaw in on police brutality, but it doesn't get as much attention, and that has been a big division in topic with a lot of my family and friends and colleagues and things like that. So
you and me both. Listen, I come from a person who has been, the person who has been stopped and frisked, right? Even us going through YMCA programs, Desmond, when we were younger, and dealing with police harassment. Then on the other side too, knowing that I have close family members and friends, we all do, right? Who are in law enforcement and are out there risking their lives every day and really doing the job right. And then the other perspective too, in the medium of my work, I've had an opportunity to go through a simulation of incidences where police have approached emotionally disturbed persons or have been in very heavy situations, and despite weeks and months of training, when you're in that moment and you have a chance to make a choice and decision, it's not as easy as people portray, in terms of shooting the leg or shooting the arm. Although there is that instance as well that there needs to be a lot more training when it comes to that a lot of police departments around the country have admitted to not training, right? And that's why there's a lot of police departments now adopting 21st century policing policies in the aftermath of Michael Brown with the Ferguson Police Department. And those 21st century policing practices essentially say, listen, we have to encourage police to conduct more training when it comes to emotionally disturbed persons. We have to know that we are keeping ourselves accountable. Here are the metrics in which we're keeping ourselves accountable. And then knowing that you're involving the community within those metrics too, by having coalitions and enforcement to help police brass know that they're able to change their policies. So.
There definitely has to be change done as far as training. I unequivocally agree with that 100%. It takes 6 years and with ongoing professional development to become a teacher. In New York City, it takes 6 months. So there's definitely a disparity with that as well as far as training, and that's just New York City.
That's right.
Now you have police throughout the nation, and everybody has their own policies. So it's different strokes for different folks, and I think that's also something that we also need to look into as far as when we do these protests and we are advocating for police brutality, for BLM. We need to look into these policies of these policing states that these issues actually happen in, rather than treating them holistically.
Yeah, great point to mention.
What do you think, Dave?
Well, you caught me off guard.
While we get Dave to shift over for a second, I kind of want to pose a question to you, Desmond. Is bringing it back to tonight, right? Because we are in an election, and this was a big topic of this election cycle. You know, is this going to be a referendum in deciding tonight's election, right? Given the fact too, right? We just had another incident that caused wide, massive protest that happened in Philadelphia a week or two ago as well. Is that enough to bring those people who are invoking that change and may have blamed the White House for these actions, or not changing the dynamic of these actions, is going to decide our presidential election tonight?
I don't know if it's going to decide the presidential election tonight, but in terms of the civil unrest that sparks every time there's one of these events, right, where a person of color is killed, right, and you could rattle off all the names, right, and as again, from George Floyd to Michael Brown and the list just keeps going on and on, right? There is this kind of flash in the pan protest that occurs, right? National leaders kind of in the African American community, religious or otherwise, kind of descend on whatever local municipality this occurred. There's protests, there's press conferences, right? And all of the key names from Tamika Mallory to all these people descend on in these spaces, and there's national attention, then it fizzles out, right? Until the next time someone else is killed, and then it starts up again, right? I thought after George Floyd there was enough inertia, right? There was enough movement, right? To kind of keep going until real reform, real accountability, real mandates was saw through.
And a lot of people think that was the case based upon three instances, right? The egregiousness of the crime against George Floyd, right? Two, because a lot of people were able to have more fervor with protests because they were home, right? Because of the coronavirus pandemic, right? So then that caused that fervor as well. And then three, right? The big question, right? If there wasn't, there's been this ongoing debate and question. I think that's been talked about in this room, and I'm sure talked about around across America. If it didn't get to the heightened level that it did in the aftermath of George Floyd, right? Would have there been those serious charges brought against those officers involved in his death?
And I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the issue is, and I think, and I don't always agree with the politics of Al Sharpton, but at the funeral he said something that was really, really kind of impactful to me, right? This whole congressional caucus, Black Congressional Caucus, kind of went up before he was able to begin his eulogy, right? And all of them kind of touted their own personal record, right? And then they went into what they felt would really appropriately kind of galvanize people or appropriately attend to the hurt and the grief and the unrest that was present in that space, right? But when Al Sharpton came up, he said to the family that when all of, and he used the term, all the skinning and grinning is over, right? When all of the politicians get their 15 seconds of fame being in front of the in front of the cameras, what really is going to be done? Right? And I think that's a referendum, and that's an indictment of how we typically deal with these type of instances, right? There's like this large rest of people descending on this protest and stand in front of that municipality city hall, and no justice, no peace, and then we get a breadcrumb of kind of appeasement.
Absolutely.
Whether it's a civil suit or whether it's maybe now an officer may be fired, and we say, okay, we've got now a pound of flesh. We're satisfied, but that does nothing for the next town over.
Yes.
Right. That does nothing for 2 counties over. Right. Where the same type of profiling and the same type of overreaches by authority is taking place on a daily basis.
We need the national
I think
reform.
I think it's comical that we forgot about the pink elephant in the room of all of the propaganda during this time. So we all we remember was the protest and the rioting, but we forgot about corporations and all of these corporations chiming in and throwing in, pitching in their insight and their point of view to show that they stood with Black Lives Matter. We had the NBA, we had the NFL. We had all of these things, and it was just like, okay, so is this your way of saying now you see it, or you've always been here? And then now what are you going to do about it besides making a commercial and selling a T-shirt?
Well, it had to be done in that
Right, I'm putting it out there.
It had to be done in that instance because George Floyd was such a eye shocker because we watched his murder happen on screen, right? Where and not to take away of any of the other instances that continue to happen or that happened previously, but it was enough of a shock value to cause that change. But again, you're right. Does this propaganda lead to anything, right? And then that goes back to not only is this presidential election so important with that, but so too is what our members of Congress are doing in terms of changing law. And because there is such a divisiveness in our country when it comes to that, there's no action being taken upon that. I mean, if you come to think of not even the layman's person, right, what was really done in Congress, right, over at least this past year? Well, not a lot, unfortunately.
I think it is very smart politics that I want to answer that question, but I think we should go to a break, and then when we come back, let's
we'll talk about that as well. We want to encourage people before we go to break, right? What should they do, Dave?
Well, we want you to get on Twitter and we want you to get on YouTube and send us some comments and questions. And we're going to review a couple of those real quick. But I just want to point out that there have been some updates from CNN on a couple different states and where things stand. I've updated the scoreboard. Trump right now, CNN projecting with 42 electoral votes, Biden with 30. I'm going to bring up the television screen so people at home can see it. This is CNN right now talking a little bit about North Carolina.
What's
and Florida, it's not up currently right now, but Florida flashed in there a moment ago with 91% of the vote in. Trump pulled into the lead in Florida, which could be very interesting to watch. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to work on some technical stuff here, and then we'll be right back. So go grab a drink, grab a snack, and join us for the next round here in about 2 minutes.
See you back in 2 minutes. Stay tuned.
All right.
All right, welcome back to Tough Talk, and I'm getting an echo in my ears, so let me click this button right here. All right, I'm Dave Roush. I'm here with Ray Mundy. I'm here with Ivan and with Desmond, and we're all talking about politics, and we want to take a few minutes now. We've been hitting a lot of really big issues all night long, talking about issues, but we haven't really talked about the elephant in the room, which is the vote, right?
The vote.
So let's swap cameras here so we see these gentlemen, and we're going to bring our viewing audience in as well. Just give me a moment to do some technical clicky, and we'll be able to see John King on CNN. So let's talk about how things are looking in the returns, and let's go to Ray for that. Ray.
Yeah, Dave, as we approach about 8 minutes or 7 minutes to the closing of the 9 o'clock hour, where more states are going to close their polls and we start the counting, there are a lot of key developments going on. In particular, more counts are being taking place in the coveted Keystone State of Pennsylvania. Also, Florida right now, the last time we reported, is still very tight, although Joe Biden, I should say President Trump, with 91% of the vote counted, has taken a 2-point lead as well. Ohio still on the market as well, as their polls close at 9 o'clock. Polls close at 9 o'clock here in New York, and also in Wisconsin, which, by the way, Wisconsin has gone twice to has gone red the last two presidential elections. Although President Trump won it narrowly, a lot of time he spent in Wisconsin. In particular, he made a speech in Kenosha last night, one of his late rallies. Kenosha, of course, is the place where another incident of police brutality has taken place and occurred that we all saw earlier this year. So as these numbers come in, we're getting close. Right now, Trump has a 12-point lead on the electoral map as the road happens to 270. What do you guys think right now? What's your thoughts about Florida and how close and tight it is?
Florida has been just at the pinnacle of presidential elections for the last 3 or 4 elections. I got to be honest with you. I thought coming into this race that Florida would go kind of inherently red, but I'm really excited to see the voter turnout, particularly with underrepresented groups in elections past, really seem to have turned out and really is making this race in Florida a nail biter.
Yeah, a lot of people, Ivan, too, have been talking about the instance of, how are the elder folks going to vote, given the instance of many of them have been affected the most by coronavirus. And while many of them voted for Trump in 2016, maybe his handling of the coronavirus has changed that. There's a big electorate in Sumter County, which is about 2 hours north of Orlando, encompasses the Villages. It's the largest retirement community in the country. President Trump spent a lot of time there, so did Joe Biden too recently. How do you think old people feel about President Trump and whether or not they're swing votes right now in determining what happens tonight? It's very interesting, right? Have you heard from from your abuela or anyone who has been in that 60-year range, even from your interactions in the community board, and have they told you what they feel and what their comments are?
Just based on my experiences, you particularly have, our seniors. They particularly, as you get older, you tend to become more conservative. But now we have this huge factor that we've never dealt with before, and that's social media. And our seniors are now, they are chimed into social media now, regardless of, their savviness or not. And with that being said, social media is can be very persuasive, so to speak. So it's definitely a toss-up, in my opinion, as far as how our seniors are viewing things.
David, one thing you wanted to point out, CNN is projecting one county in Pennsylvania that's going blue. You think differently?
Yeah, when I was looking at the map, they're showing the county of Elk in Pennsylvania going blue. And having grown up one county south of Elk County, I would find that extremely, extremely surprising. So I can't wait for John King and CNN, which we now have on our happy little box right here. I can't wait for them to go back to Pennsylvania and take a look at that map, because I would have a hard time believing that Elk County in Pennsylvania is going to go. Now, there's Pennsylvania's results at the bottom showing Biden 68, Trump 31 in Pennsylvania, but only a very tiny amount of the vote counted What's that number there? 14%. So not really anything you can base a prediction on. Only 14% of the numbers in, right, guys?
Yes, absolutely right.
Agreed. But I think a number that is got to be troubling for the Trump campaign is numbers coming out of North Carolina. North Carolina, I believe, went red in 2016.
And we have North Carolina up for our viewers right now to see.
Right, and with 73% of the vote counted, Biden has a 4% lead. So why do you think that is, Ray? Why do you think that North Carolina has, it seems now to be going blue, and one of the states that Trump was concerned about?
Yeah, and you know, it's very interesting that it's going blue right now with that many votes in, given the fact that the vice president and even the second lady has campaigned a lot in the state of North Carolina. So for North Carolina right now and their voters, I wonder why this is the case as we watch these numbers come in. We know places like the Tri-Cities, Raleigh, and Durham, North Carolina, tend to go very Democratic, but more towards the eastern part of the state is heavily Republican, the central part of the state as well, Asheville, North Carolina as well. So despite the fact that a lot of campaigning was done in that state in particular with the Trump campaign, the fact that he's up almost 5 percentage points right now with so many votes counted in, 15 electoral votes at stake, I'm sure that's something that the Trump campaign right now and his advisors are paying close attention to right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Dave, do you think, I know we're still early in this projection stuff, right? And, you know, we're just 1 minute away from 9 o'clock and maybe another projection here. Even despite Trump being up 12 points, if you had to do a prediction, did you think it'd be this way so far? What's shocking you right now?
You mean are you 12 points nationally or 12 points Pennsylvania?
12 points nationally.
Well, you know, again, you really have to consider the source.
Yeah, that's true.
We're watching CNN, and you know they may, you know, paint that map. Like they got the map of Pennsylvania painted blue right now as we speak, right? Let me throw that up for our viewers to see, right?
Yeah, right.
They got that Pennsylvania map painted blue, and there's 16% of the vote in. I'm sorry, you can't call Pennsylvania with 16% of the of the vote.
Right. As you know, the magic of TV, though, there has to be some type of picture that you paint in order to give viewers some type of narrative without knowing everything.
Leave it gray. Why do they have to paint it anything right now?
I do want to do a flashback though. Can you remember around 8:30, 9 o'clock, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
We were in awe. This thing was over.
Well, guys, here's some shock and awe.
New York just came.
New York
has gone to Biden.
A Democrat won New York.
Get out of here! No way.
Figure that one out, huh?
I was going to say something. I'm sorry.
What's that?
You was going to say something.
No. I cut in to talk about New York going blue.
Well, you know, this may make Governor Andrew Cuomo very happy, you know, because there's a lot of talk that he's either going to be cabinet position, particularly the next Attorney General.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a key race alert, everybody. Key race alert. We'll Witzer here with a key race alert.
All right. Well, winning New York, of course, has put Biden ahead now.
Oh, here's North Carolina numbers. 74% of the vote. He's leading North Carolina.
Yeah.
Are they projecting it to go to him?
No, not yet,
not
because
yet.
again,
74 is a lot.
Around 80, 90, that's when they'll call it.
And the big question, again, I know it's something that we keep recurring and saying over and over, but you know, what happens with North Carolina's mail-in votes? Are they being counted too? You know, one thing I haven't seen as we're watching this particular network is what's going on. You know,
Here's Pennsylvania numbers. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
14%,
14%.
66 and 32.
Yeah, that's
yeah, but that's still way too early.
Way too early.
Yeah, Dave, you've been in central Pennsylvania. You worked there as a reporter. I'm sure you did a lot of election nights in the years that you were over at JAC. Did you get a chance to know what it was like to go live during election night and kind of how they do the counts from precinct to precinct? What could you tell us about how
I never actually got to go to the counting the areas in the county courthouses where they do that. Our election coverage was limited to, you know, watch parties for local candidates.
Gotcha.
So I really can't speak to that process. I can tell you that this is the first year Pennsylvania did the mail-in voting. So they were kind of freshmen at this. But I will tell you that as knowing some people who did do the mail-in ballot process, namely my mother, who I helped walk through it, it was very efficient. You could go onto a website, votespa.com, to request your ballot. You got a confirmation email when the county voter registration office received your request. You got another confirmation email when they confirmed your voter information and the ballot was on its way. You got another email when the ballot had been mailed out. And then when the ballot was mailed back, you got another email indicating that the ballot had been received in the elections office and was, in a pile to be counted. So
There you go. Yeah.
What's that?
I said, there you go. I said, it sounds very streamlined, right?
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, it seems like they're leveraging the technology. The envelope had a barcode on it, so I'm sure that the ballots were obviously trackable. It seemed like for a state that was doing something for the first time, that it was relatively
I
efficient.
did it very well. Well, we want to encourage people as well. Before I get to you, Desmond, of course, we want you to be a part of the conversation as well. Make sure, if you're on Twitter, you'll be able to see your comment right at the bottom of our screen. Use that hashtag ToughTalk2020.
Let's take some questions.
Yep, and Dave, if you could turn our mics up a little bit, I'm getting some texts from people who are viewing, say our mics are a little low.
Okay, we'll try that.
All right. Thank you guys for
Let's
your
take some
input
questions.
and feedback.
Yeah, let's take some feedback. Let's take some questions.
All right, well, let me get some questions here. I got to go back over to another screen. We can't have the television feed and the questions at the same time. So let me get the scoreboard up here.
Ohio.
While we get the scoreboard up there, let's go over to Facebook. Samantha Jones wants to know that what you guys on the panel think about the next 4 years. What do you want to see happen from either one of these candidates who wins tonight for the next 4 years?
Definitely more unification. I mean, this country is in dire need of it. We need some type of medium where we're brought together again as the great nation that we are. Definitely.
You want the next 4 years to make America great again?
No, that's not.
It's okay to admit it. We're all friends here.
There was no pun intended there.
For me, the first thing I want Congress to get back to work. We really need another stimulus plan to be negotiated right away. And I think we need comprehensive measures on terms of how we're going to go about combating the virus. Those two things are the most important to me. And then comes healthcare and making sure that the necessary reform is needed so that way we don't have all this angst about it. And what's interestingly enough, because coronavirus, because all the scandal with the impeachment, in last year in March,
I'm sorry, I have to stop you.
Yeah.
Isn't it so funny? Impeachment was just what, December 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the last time you heard the word impeachment
Yeah.
uttered by anybody?
Yeah.
Candidates, opposing candidates, campaigns, the media. It has vanished like a fart in the wind. Okay? Why is that? Was it just a failed Democratic attempt?
Absolutely.
And if Trump were to get reelected tonight, if that were to happen, what's their next move? Because the Democrats from day one of the Trump presidency were plotting his demise.
Mr.
right?
Roush has awoken.
Well, because we hit on something that I have thought about a lot, right? And from day one they had their plot. Even if you look back to the text messages with the FBI agents, right? From day one, it was their goal to bring down a Trump presidency. Is that a stretch to say that? I don't think that's a stretch.
I don't
to say
think it's
that.
a stretch to say that the goal on the onset of his administration was to criminalize the presidency.
Right.
I think
Right.
there were certain moves that were made that were questionable. Let's put it that
Absolutely.
way. And I think Trump lives in the gray, right? There's black, there's white, and there's the gray, right? And I think Trump has done a very good job of operating and even kind of relishing working and running and administrating his presidency in the gray.
Yeah,
Which is where I get a lot of pushback. So, so whenever I bring up that gray, right, it's not that I'm opposed or that I'm for. It's more like, well, what about this? What about this black? What about this white? Right, so to speak, meaning are factual points where people should be indicted and they're not. right? So we're just going to turn a blind eye on these individuals, but we're going to focus on the gray.
Yeah, well, I think for the Democrats, I think their whole purpose was not necessarily to file impeachment orders to end Trump's presidency. It was more towards making sure, because of a deliberate action in which the Democrats felt that he made, to know that that would forever be a stain on the legacy of his presidency.
You sure it wasn't to see
And-
what just stuck on the wall?
Well,
Whatever
you
you
know,
threw, whatever they threw and stuck on the wall.
well,
It's
it
the
depends upon who you ask.
Like spaghetti.
It depends upon who you ask. I think a lot of Democrats who were strongly supportive of that impeachment, that decision was made in terms of knowing, sending a clear message to the Trump presidency that, it's just not your way, right?
So
This is
Ray,
not
what's
an
going to
autonomy.
be their strategy if there's a term 2? If impeachment didn't work, if tying him to Russia didn't work?
I think the strategy too right now for Democrats is the time and resource that they spent on trying to change the leadership in the House of Representatives. I mean, more so in the U.S. Senate. I think they spent a lot of resources with that, and knowing that they have that change, if they're able to get more seats and take control of the Senate, that at least if they
So they'll
lose
just
the White
logjam
House
every
again-
type of legislative attempt.
Well,
that the
I
president
mean,
makes.
a lot of people could say that about the Republicans too.
It worked in Obama
when,
administration.
That's right.
Yeah, it did.
That's right.
Worked in
So-
Obama, and
but-
that was
but
the
what-
modus
who-
operandi of the Republican Party.
That's right. But who loses here is the American people
American
overall,
people.
either way, because then no work gets done, and then we're still at the same stalemate. The other thing, too, as you said, no one mentioned impeachment as well. What I was going to get to when we get that conversation, too, no one has mentioned immigration, right? March 2019, I was 14 days in Tijuana in Mexico during the height of this whole immigration rush. There are reports out there from Homeland Security that says 2/3 of this immigration wall has been built already. That hasn't been talked about as well, and there's still a huge gap in immigration policy that's happening. I know during one of the last debates, what was talked about was the child separation. That was a really sensitive topic that came about. I think it was in the second debate and election. Those are a lot of problems too that we have to face when Samantha asked that question about 4 years down the road too, and how do we kind of handle that? I think a lot of people feel too that where the next 4 years is going to determine a lot because of the way in which our not going back to that Supreme Court argument, but the way in which our Supreme Court now is shaped, and whether or not the appointment of this new associate justice is going to have an impact on stuff that was changed in terms of gay marriage, what happens with healthcare, what happens down the line with immigration lawsuits, and so on and so forth. So I think it was a very good question by Samantha, and it's something that we don't, I do feel that Biden in this instance tried to get there to that point. One thing I think a lot of people wanted to hear from Trump is what he was going to do during the next 4 years, and I think he could have done a way better job to explain that during the debate. I think if he would have done that during the debate, I think this road here for this election probably would have been a lot easier as we still wait to see what
I think
happens.
it's a very honest and very straightforward reason why he didn't. You can't explain what you haven't conceptualized. I don't think Trump has a plan past this election, past getting elected, right?
Really?
That's the plan, is to get reelected. I mean, I don't see
For what
any-
reasons?
So that you can retain power. I think that's the goal of every leader that has been elected, is to get reelected, right? And I think right now all the energy, all of the focus is on getting a secured 4 more years. And I think we figure it out. We build the plane as we fly it, right?
I
don't
think
see any
that-
of the things. Yes. go
I
ahead.
wanna-
Well, I
I
think
wanna
you're
hear.
right to a degree.
Right.
All right, but I also think, and I said this to Ray after the impeachment, right? I said if he survives this impeachment, I said he's going to march on to a second term. Do you remember I said that to you, Ray?
Yes, I
He's
do.
going to march on to a second term.
That's right.
I said, and then if you thought he was bold in the first term, ooh,
Right.
wait till you see a second term. Because now he's going to feel completely empowered. Oh, and while we're here, let's go back to CNN because they're in Pennsylvania now. And all of a sudden,
Oh, shoot.
that rural county of Elk turned red. Now let's see if they go back to this other map and see what's going on here.
So what is that middle blue that's there when they do the whiteout? Is that Harrisburg or?
Now the center, the
Yeah.
dead center blue, that's Center County. That's
That's
where
center.
Penn State
Oh,
University
Penn State is.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, so a very liberal college town.
Okay.
But now all of a sudden Elk County turned red. So I didn't buy that for a hot second.
Wow.
Well, let me ask you this, right? As we go about what the future is of the presidency, and of course, one thing that the president has been very eloquent about is particularly talking about what he's going to do for the economy and what his plan is for the economy during the next 4 years. A lot of questions have come out about what he's going to do with health care. That many say he didn't answer properly. We really haven't talked too much about immigration. There's been all this talk about him and President Trump, I should say, meeting with certain black leaders. Even in the entertainment industry, we're coming up with this plan about mending that gap between black and brown and the divisiveness with racism. But
He did say that he was going to do an executive order on immigration. Do you remember that?
Right.
Before, I think it was right before Ginsburg.
right before Ginsburg passed away. But what do you
He
think?
said, I'm going to do an executive order on health care.
That's
I'm going
right.
to do an executive order on
But these are
immigration.
all executive orders, right? What do you?
What was that? There was a Supreme Court case that emboldened him. I don't remember what the case was. Do you? Or was it the one that had to do with the Obamacare?
That's right. That's the one that's supposed to be argued next week, actually.
And it emboldened him. Whatever that's. I wasn't following the court.
But
but
what do
say-
we talk about here when it comes to what he's going to do, despite an executive order that works with Congress to enact law? Do you feel that there's a lack there when it comes?
Oh,
to his
absolutely. But I don't think he
presidency?
cares.
But answer me why an incumbent president, first term, with control of the House and the Senate, needs to revert to executive orders to get legislation passed. Obama used it because the Republican-controlled Senate was log jamming everything that came out of the White
is
House.
true.
Right, so it was a means to an end.
Yes.
But why does a sitting president with control of both houses need to enact executive orders to get things done?
Yeah, and I guess that's a big question.
I don't
Mind
have an
you-
answer for you.
I
but
think
my-
that's
my-
because members of his own party have divided and separated from the Trump agenda.
But I think, and I'm not defending the
That's right.
executive orders, but I think when you have someone who comes from an executive position in a very large company, he's not used to having checks and balances on the decisions that he makes.
And that's part of the reason why a lot of people wanted him in the White House, right? Because he's going
Right.
against that norm with that, and
He's
that's
draining
really
the swamp.
that's really resonated across America in terms of
That I can't align myself with that frame of thought because he ran on the number of executive orders that Barack Obama had enacted during his presidency. That he'd done more executive orders than any sitting president who has ever had the position, and now he has control of the
Well,
House and the Senate, and
maybe
he's
he
doing
figured out that it works.
executive orders.
He gets what he wants.
But is that good for the How is that good for the American people? That's
Maybe
that's
it's
the main
not.
question.
He learned
I'm
from
not
the
arguing that it's good.
He
I'm
learned
just
from the
saying he
best.
gets it
No,
done.
just
Yeah,
okay.
and that's why I guess there's no right or wrong answer here.
There's
Well,
Florida numbers, guys.
Yeah.
Florida numbers.
93%,
93%.
51 to 48, Trump.
Yeah, which
If Trump gets Florida,
well, he should. I mean, if you think about it, he should get Florida, right?
But if he
Governor
gets-
Governor Ron DeSantis.
he's up in Georgia.
Governor Ron DeSantis is essentially talking about Florida with Georgia there on the screen.
Yeah, that's 36%
Fulton County, of
of the
course,
but
one of the largest
Georgia,
counties in
Georgia was originally Biden. It just went back to
Well, it's
Trump.
only 36% of the vote. So
Okay,
again, you can't
okay,
count
yeah, okay, good, good.
all of Georgia.
But
Good
Florida with
observation.
93% of the vote in.
Well, Florida has Florida's gone Republican. What the last how many elections?
4 elections.
No,
Yeah, but-
since 2000 and it went
Well-
through the Supreme Court gave Florida
But
to
Florida,
Bush.
Florida,
Since that-
2000. Obama won Florida in both of his re-elections, although we could
So it went
argue
8 and
about
it
what
went,
there's
it went in 12.
But that's right.
But
right,
the
there were
Democrats
2000
leading up
and
to tonight
2004.
had been speaking very optimistically about Florida.
yeah,
They
and
thought they could flip it.
listen, if he loses Florida, that would be a big loss.
And
Even
what
though
about-
he doesn't need it to get to 270, in my opinion.
What about
I
Trump
think it'd be.
losing Pennsylvania? Versus PA did. He won last year. Doesn't
That's
balance
true
the scales.
because that's correct.
And Ohio, which Trump won
That's right.
in
Which
16,
he didn't
which
win.
right now Biden is leading.
I think,
I don't think he's going to get Pennsylvania. My gut tells me he's not getting it.
and that's just based upon
My gut.
your gut.
My
There's a
gut.
key race
Which
alert
is
there.
what. Listen.
That's your
Hey,
state, so
no,
you would
don't
know.
doubt-
Is Pennsylvania going to call this election?
I hope it does.
They probably won't close.
That's
they
your-
won't- they're
that's
not
your
gonna call
state,
it tonight.
Dave.
They're probably not going to call it tonight.
Is that your prediction?
My
That-
prediction
that's
is they
his
won't call
prediction,
it.
and I
We're
don't
not
close
going to
it.
know
If
who
it's-
the president
If
is.
it's more than a point or two difference, they'll call it.
I don't think they will.
I
Not
think
tonight.
if it's 3% difference or better, they'll call it.
The first time they've done mail-in voting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Michigan,
think
they got
call it.
Michigan painted red.
Michigan's
That's
painted
interesting.
red right
I mean,
now.
it's not called, but they're leaning.
Right now, when
In
it comes
Texas,
to
look at
that sun, what do they call it? The Sun Belt right now, it's still all looking red in favor of Trump as we're, I should say, 18, almost 20 minutes past the hour of polls closing. Most polls here on the East Coast are now closing. Counting's happening right now, fellas.
So, you remember 4 years ago, it was already determined
No,
who was
I-
going to be the
no.
next president of the United States.
No, I don't think so, at this point
so
because
now
we
we're
were waiting.
past.
We were waiting. I think by,
we're close to 9:30.
Once he knew that he
Yeah,
won
Florida.
Florida, I
Right.
think we knew. That's where I guess
So-
our jaws dropped a little.
So my
bit.
question is like the chicken, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah.
So did Trump do that bad that it's close, or did Biden do that good in his campaign that it's close?
That's a really, really good question. That's a really good question. I think that's something that we're just gonna have to wait to see as the night comes about. All right, make sure you put your comments in. By the way,
Yes,
everyone.
let's go. Let's take some questions and comments.
Well, I gotta kill CNN if I go to the comments.
That's
All right,
okay.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
we
Kill
did.
CNN, Let's go to
Kill-
some comments.
I want to hear the people.
Let's go to this.
voice
and
of the
then go over
people.
here.
All right, fellas. How you feeling
Let's
right
see
now?
here.
Good.
So Jolt S is asking what your thoughts are on the idea of ranked choice voting and the possibility of it becoming a national procedure. There's a lot. I know that the next mayor's race in New York City will be ranked choice voting. So for people who don't
correct.
understand,
right.
ranked choice voting, instead of just voting for one candidate for mayor, one candidate for senator, you would actually say, this person is my first choice.
That's right.
This person is my second
Wow.
choice, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure how it works. I think if the first choice doesn't get a majority,
Majority.
Then they do.
then they add it. They look at the second
They
choice.
look at the second choice and then make the decision. And there's
Anybody who voted for someone. So if you had two people that didn't have a majority,
That's right.
Anyone who voted for someone that wasn't part of those first two candidates,
That's right.
They look at their second choice and apply those votes accordingly.
That's right. And I
Oh,
believe there's a
interesting
couple of there's a couple of states that already do that. I think Nevada.
Yeah,
I believe Nevada
Jolt
does
mentioned
rank
earlier in the
choice voting.
comments Maine's Senate race between Collins and Gideon.
I'm
Yes.
sad to say that I wasn't familiar with this, but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I think it's
Why? Because it makes an easier multiple choice, huh?
it's not an easier multiple choice. I think I think there's more accountability in campaigning and your candidates and so on and so forth.
That's a good point. Desmond doesn't agree.
No, I think the presidential race is not a debutante ball. All right? I
It
want
is.
nobody
It's a
who- I don't
popularity
want
contest.
nobody
That's right. What's the
ranking
difference between
What's
a
the
popular
difference?
vote and
Yeah.
an electoral
the 2
vote?
What?
to 3 to 4. Popular vote or electoral college, let's keep it the way it's been. Now, if we're going to have real
So
conversation.
you're on this.
No,
Don't
so
fix it. Don't. If it's not
if we're having
broke,
a real
don't
conversation, I don't think ranking elections is the end all be all or is the fix. I think if we want to talk about the presidential election, national elections, we need to look at the electoral college.
Yes, we
as
do.
an antiquated system that has not served
Absolutely.
us well as a nation.
In which
Not
we did
to
nothing.
introduce
In which we did nothing for
a
the last
whole
4 years
different
about.
standard of election that, as a fix it.
Here's the problem as we look at the Virginia numbers there. Wow, look how much it's red. It looks like Trump. There's only.
That's
It went to
Virginia.
Fairfax County, which is the only really Democratic part of
Party.
it, which is considered to be the suburb of Washington D.C.
Yeah, like that little red dot in there.
But a lot of people live there, right? That counts
I
for
don't
D.C.
believe Biden is going to pull off Virginia. I
So
do think
just
he's
to
got a
jump in
fighting
here, guys.
chance in PA and Texas
Yeah.
and Ohio.
13 votes at stake. All right, Dave.
So Jolt says that the ranked choice voting is used for the entire general election in Maine. It was used for president also. Now we got another question to toss out to you guys from Lincoln Lewis, who's been very engaged. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lincoln.
All right, Lincoln. Good
Stay
evening
with
to you.
us.
Wants to know what your thoughts are about term limits for Congress and Senate.
I don't know.
Well, this has been a big talk in terms of term limits. I think there's been a referendum by voters in terms of term limits, right? That's how we had the movement of the
OKC.
AOCs. Look what happened here
Yep.
in a congressional district in the Bronx. A 30-year incumbent
get me started.
was overturned by a school principal that was here.
Bowman,
This
Jamal Bowman.
thing happened with AOC and
Yep. And Crowley.
and
Crowley.
Congressman Crowley as
Yep.
well. So I think already America has really
Yes.
shown that they are against the establishment being
And
there
I'm-
as long as they've been in there. Whether or not it will be changed on both a Democratic or Republican power, I think is something that's going to be hard to do because there are so many establishment people already in there. Are they going to allow that to happen? Who
I
knows?
happen to be very proud of that, by the way.
I
That it
don't
took
know-
place
I don't know
here.
if- I don't know if
That
term
took place
limits
here.
in terms of the House and Senate is the way is a viable way to drain the swamp, so to speak. As a term that people use in terms of Washington. I think the only way that we begin to get things done is through seniority, which is immediately eradicated when you have term limitations, right?
Right.
When we look at the majority leader and the minority leader and the whip, those positions are only accrued and only gained through seniority, which means you have to have multiple terms in order to gain that type of notoriety.
And maybe that's
confidence in your
something.
peers
Maybe that's
Look
something
at-
on the
in order to
table
run
that
those
needs to be
positions.
changed. though.
Absolutely,
a lot of
but,
people
well,
don't feel McConnell or Nancy Pelosi, in their instance, have been effective in their leadership, but because of their seniority and the years that they have served in there, their name, popularity, recognition, or power in which they have to vote and sway the caucuses to allow them in their positions still remains, and then no change.
Well, look what was slipped in. Look what was slipped in our last election was even down to our local government. Once again, I'm going to keep on bringing that up. Is our community boards? Our community boards now they slipped in there on the back of the ballot a 2-term limit. Now we're talking what we want to do. The ultimate goal of the community board is to have all hands on deck in the community as much as possible, and to be able to participate, right, in our local government. And now by putting in those term limits, so this is just an opposite, playing devil's advocate. Now you took away from the factor of gaining knowledge from that experience and so on and so forth, because after that 2-term limits, now you're going to get a brand new board, which may not be
as knowledgeable, or as
effective as the
Sounds like
previous who
you're
has
agreeing
been
with me.
is.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're agreeing with me.
It depends on the position of government, and I think we don't pay attention to these things, and then it goes back to propaganda and what is being pushed and for what agenda and why.
So are you agreeing that term limits are not a good idea for national government?
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
For a House and Senate.
I said it depends.
Positions.
It depends on the
So
position.
House and Senate.
On a national
Hold
level.
on. Let's get an answer on this. House and Senate. Do you think that term limitations should be implemented for House and Senate seats?
Crickets. I think it sounds
It's not that. It's that
Texas
I
is
play.
really
I play
close.
the fence with it, and I say yes and no. I play yes and no because the factor that we don't look into is the backing, and the backing, the elephant in the room again is money, monetary, right? Who has the money? And we've seen time and time again, whoever has the money is unfortunately usually the victor, right? So with that being said, that goes back to okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
That
it just
goes-
goes back to
it goes-
who is able to have the establishment money and raise the money
Absolutely.
needed, in particular when it comes to congressional
And
and senatorial races, right? How are you able to build that money in that war chest
If
to
you
know
don't
that you
And
have-
back
have
and back
that
to
you
that
don't
type
have
of
a
voting. What
recognition.
was that voting again? What was the voting again?
Ranked voting.
Rank voting. It goes back to rank voting.
Guys, check this out. Let me throw this up for our viewers.
It goes back to rank voting.
Michigan. Oh, sorry, it's very, very early. Michigan 59 to 38, but it's 18%.
You know what's the big story that we just missed, and I was going to say
Texas.
Sorry to
Texas,
cut you off.
Texas is dead heat.
70% of the vote in,
And it's a dead heat.
Dead heat. Very,
heat.
very big.
That's a
huge-
Very,
And,
that's
and,
very
the,
huge.
and the other thing they want to bring up is that Ohio, that went red in 2016, is now favoring Biden.
Yeah. So
How much of the vote was in though? I didn't see.
Ohio's always been a huge
Ohio,
state.
It's going to come up again. It's going to talk about. I think it's like 40% of the
but
vote.
Texas with 70% in, and
It's
a
huge.
Dead heat.
It's huge.
Be interesting to see how
That's
that
huge.
plays
Ohio's
out.
always been a swing state, no?
Yeah, Ohio's always been a swing
Always.
state as well, although it went Republican the last two presidential elections.
2 elections.
We did update our scoreboard, and these are based on numbers I caught off Fox News. We were jumping between Fox and CNN.
McConnell
Biden
won
with
the
129, Trump with 94.
All right.
Wait,
But the
it's
big
not
prize
updated
is still
here.
not in yet.
You said Trump has 94 and Biden has 80?
129.
129, but it's not up. Okay.
Yeah,
That's it's from Fox News.
Fox News. Okay, they're projecting.
Look, and Republicans have just out of 4 elections, they're winning.
The Senate
There's
seats.
5.
yeah.
36-39.
Most of them incumbents, and that included states of
There we go. Delaware.
right. They're all incumbents. They win, and those states: Arkansas,
Cory Booker won Jersey.
Tennessee. Yeah, but we really got to pay attention to what happens in that Georgia election race,
Yep.
as well for the Senate
Cory
seat,
Booker.
which is very, very, very interesting, and that will determine whether or not it goes blue. That which will be a big turnaround. Senator McConnell too, of course.
Colorado is a Senate seat up.
Is
Last I saw McConnell, he was winning.
he won? They projected him winning.
projected
So,
So
and it was a tough
Hickenlooper,
one.
with 30% of the vote in, has a 22% lead over the incumbent,
That's right.
Republican incumbent.
North Carolina, dead heat.
Cal Hunningham
Yep, the incumbent
is
Tillis
looking to
right
unseat
now,
their incumbent.
but that's still
Tom
a very
Tillis.
close and tight race, and that's the reason why. And then look at this here,
Lindsey
Jamie
Graham.
Harrison. Believe it or not, this was a very tight race leading up to tonight, with 28% of the votes in South Carolina. That would be a huge, huge, huge loss if Lindsey Graham doesn't get reelected. I don't think that's going to happen, but who knows? We'll see.
So in order to shift the scales of power, Democrats need to pick up 4 senatorial seats.
Yeah.
Right now, they're leading in 3 senatorial races where Republicans are the incumbent.
Yeah.
So we just need to pick
Colorado
up one
was
more
just
and we'll
declared the
switch
winner.
it.
I'm sorry.
yeah.
Joe Biden declared the winner of Colorado.
I don't know, Dave. Do you? I can't remember.
North Dakota.
That went to Trump.
Yeah.
last
Trump.
year.
Has Colorado
I mean,
been
that's-
Republican the
See,
last couple of times?
I don't
89-54.
remember.
So yeah, our numbers are different. Our numbers are based on Fox News. I'm going to go ahead and update our scoreboard here. Not that we're saying either one is right. It's just that these guys have better data than we do.
Yeah, and their
So, what do
projection
they have? They have
calls
89,
are really
54.
different. So
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah, that's right.
Really, I gotta see.
Well,
I'm
Trump
curious.
is taking a commanding lead in the state of Georgia now. He's up by 6% with 40% of the vote in, which is
right.
We've got a big lead in Michigan,
good.
but there's only a small count of the vote in so far.
Yeah, Michigan is another state that a lot of controversy people were talking about. One, because there was the whole controversy on the governor and the whole terror plot against her, as well. And
Ohio's very close.
I tell
Yeah,
you,
Ohio's-
Ohio and Texas are dead. Well, Texas is closer than Ohio. I mean, Texas is a dead heat, but Ohio is close.
that
And
was
Ohio-
part of that belt, though, right? That everybody
Pennsylvania,
was.
still only 12% of the
It's
vote
only
next week.
12%.
What's going on, PA?
I don't
Come on.
know. There wasn't the polls closed at 9:00 there.
Yeah,
I
but
think
PA
They said
Oh,
they,
wow.
one of the states
they
that
were
did. They
90
did
minutes
mention
out.
that PA had a low voter turnout throughout the country.
And the other thing is that they said that they may not
And
have
that-
all the ballots open and counted until Friday.
And that was also including Philly.
Yeah.
So even Philly had a very low voter turnout.
This is going to be interesting to see John King compare where we're at now with where we were in 2016.
He's done that. Look at this.
So he's talking about what states that the Democrats might be able to flip.
Wow, that's
Ohio,
going to be a
North
very
Carolina.
close race.
There is one scenario where it would tie.
Oh, is
boy.
there?
Yeah.
Only Dave would know that.
There's one scenario. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, quick question: it ties. What's next
Congress
for our
decides.
viewers?
Congress
decides, which is now controlled by Republicans.
Well, the House. Well, I guess the Senate decides it because the House is Democratic control.
This is why you guys need
the
to tune
Senate is
Republican.
Republican.
I think the House decides. I
Yeah, I think it. I
It's
think it is the
Congress.
House decides.
If it's a tie
I think.
electorally.
I think that would be worse than
That would
either.
be even worse than
Worse than going to the
yes.
Supreme Court?
Yes.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, because you still don't know what happened if it goes to the Supreme Court.
He's winning, and
I
There's
think
no
you also have to think
guarantee
about
that
the
there's gonna be-
international effects that would happen with that in terms of the market, in terms of any type of
it'd be
security
horrible.
incident.
Russia and China would close Trump's bank accounts, right? It would be.
I can't believe.
But
unbelievably
do you think
devastating
Biden's gonna keep
to
the
the
blue wall?
sitting president.
Do you think Biden's going to keep the blue
So
wall?
this blue wall that we say is Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Is that the blue wall?
I
Nothing's
wasn't
about
including
West Coast.
Ohio, but
Because
Is that part
you
of
know
it?
when I think of like all the the blue walls
lake
coming,
states.
the lake states, right? And those are the ones in which Trump won. He won by a low margin, right? I'm sorry. Trump won these states, but he won it not by a large
Narrowly.
margin, and that's the way in which the Democrats turned him over, right? So I think that's what we're talking about here with that blue wall if it happens, including North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida is the blue wall when it comes to the Sun Belt states. So
Let's take
I don't know.
Let's take some questions, Dave.
I don't.
Yep.
Let's take some feedback and questions.
all right, let me get over to the. We didn't get a lot of questions so far on YouTube. Let me go over to the YouTube feed and see what we've got going on here.
What's our number?
Lincoln
looking?
Lewis, man, our most active viewer.
Thank you, Lincoln.
He just says that if the Electoral College is done away with, Democrats would never lose another election.
Wow.
He's also very much in favor, rather, of 3 or 4 terms being a limit for Congress people. He says if you can't get done what you need to get done in 12 years, you may not be up to the job.
Be up to the job.
So-
I kind of have to say.
Although for
I
a
kinda agree with
congressman, 4 terms is only 8 years. It wouldn't be 12.
That's right, because they're not on
All
a
right,
6
so
year
let's-
term.
On a 2-year
So.
term.
And
But
I got to tell you,
So let's do
That's
a
all we've got
12.
in terms of
let's do-
questions,
Let's
guys.
do 12 years.
thank you guys for your questions. Remember, by the way, those of you who are still watching, thank you for watching. By the way, use that hashtag Tough Talk 2020. I know a lot of people are anxious to seeing. I wonder how many election parties are going on too right now, even despite coronavirus, as everyone awaits to see. There probably are some people too, probably not even tuned into this because they have so much anxiety leading up to this. They're like, I don't even want to be bothered with it. It's been already too much for me. So
Well, that's why you watch Tough Talk, because we're not CNN or Fox News.
that's right.
That's
right.
And if you have an election party, just tune in and tell us that if you have an election party and what's on the menu.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Over here in Throgs Neck, we had a nice spread.
Yeah.
We had some homemade lasagna.
Yep.
We had some hot wings, all the hands of David Roush burning in the kitchen here.
Yep.
And we have some apple crisp, which
Oh.
was
Some
probably
coffee?
Should
gonna.
I grab it to show the viewers?
Oh yes, and I think that could lead to
An
our next.
election night apple crisp is a must-have.
with vanilla ice cream.
Oh, is there any other way, Dave?
There is no other way.
There is no
Watch
other
me
way.
cross the camera, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to break the first rule of television.
There it goes. Oh, it just happened.
For this apple crisp,
It
I think
just
it's
happened.
absolutely worth it. What are you eating during this election night? Did you make
Yes,
any
please.
special?
By the
Yes.
way, I didn't get the
Hashtag.
memo of this black
Oh,
attire.
The black attire.
the black attire
great minds
memo.
think
The
alike.
men in
There
black.
it is, gentlemen.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Show the viewers.
Yeah.
I
Martha
think-
Stewart be very jealous when you're not behind bars.
Well, as I think it's time for us to indulge a little bit of that too,
So
right?
we're
But
going to
there's-
take a break?
well, I think we should go to break, but there's a
Yeah.
lot more to talk
Guys,
about. Next,
send us
So much to
send
go
us your questions, send us your comments. Tell me how
my hair looks.
how his hair looks. Let us know. Yeah.
Listen, we got a lot more topics to talk
A
about.
lot
as
more
well,
topics
right?
to talk about. And
Like,
please send in your questions. My challenge to the viewers are, can you stump a member of this staff with a question?
You could stump me in a
All
heartbeat.
right? Can you stump a member of the Tough Talk team with one of your electoral questions. That's the challenge. Tune in.
Before we go to break,
Tough Talk 2020.
I want to shout out Jesus Martinez. Jesus is a journalism student in Texas. He's eating mint chocolate chip cookies.
Nice.
This is how college kids do it, he says.
There you go.
Tanya thinks the apple crisp looks delicious. And Jesus says our thoughts. We're going to get to Jesus' question after our apple crisp
Is that
break.
a
But he
Junior
says,
Mint?
I'll
Is
give,
that
I'll,
mint
I'll give you some.
chocolate chip cookies?
What's that?
Are those Junior Mints?
Like the Girl
Like
Scouts.
the Girl Scout cookies?
Jesus, are they Jesus, you got to fill us in. But I'm going to ask Jesus' question. We're going to ponder Jesus' question over some
Close.
warm apple crisp and ice cream. His question is, what are our thoughts on Texas? He says Biden has been ahead so far until
Yes.
just now,
Yes.
with Trump leading by 0.1%.
Percent.
Look at
In
Florida. Look at
Texas?
Florida. Look at Florida.
Still the same.
3-point lead with 93%. He's going to hold
3-point.
Florida. That's going to hold.
3-point is high.
3-point is
That's
But
high.
I don't know if he's going to hold Texas.
So
Texas is up for grabs.
Jesus says that they're Milano cookies. You know the ones you buy.
Yeah, Milano's
Nice.
really, really
nice.
Jesus, I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of judging you a little bit, pal.
Yep.
You
I
gotta
think we-
listen. You gotta get with that dorm cooking. Learn how to do it in the microwave, brother, man. All right, we're gonna go indulge in some apple crisp. In the meantime, we will send you to a quick break and just go have a bathroom break, make some food for yourself, and we'll be back in maybe 5 minutes or so.
Hello, TikTok.
Yeah, we're live on TikTok too.
Oh, TikTok. How we
Dave
doing?
_Roush _NYC. That's ROUSH. Dave _Roush _NYC. And we'll send you guys off to break. We'll be back in just a few.
And we're up.
Welcome back to Top Talk 2020. Thank you so much for our viewers all across the social network for joining us and watching. Of course, we want you to participate as well. Keep your questions coming in. Make sure you use the hashtag Tough Talk 2020. If you do it on Twitter, believe it or not, you'll be able to see your comments right there at the bottom of the screen. We're also looking at comments on our YouTube page for those of you who are giving comments and joining us. Of course,
Right.
I'm here with Ivan,
Keep 'em coming.
Desmond, and Dave at the helm leading our coverage. Of course, we're getting close we're about a minute and a half away for the 10 o'clock hour.
That's right.
More polls are closing. Counting is being done, particularly in those crucial battleground states. Gentlemen, we just saw a lot of things happening. Trump took a lead in Florida. Texas was at a dead heat. Trump's up by 2. There's a lot going on, but the most important thing we were talking about coming back to out of break is the fact that it's still too close to call. And looking at this time in 2016,
Right.
we kind of had a sense of who was.
Right. It was early on. We took on a prediction from Dave Roush right there, who just chimed in, and he told us that Trump was going to win, and all three of us, all three of us in 2016 thought he was out of his.
Sleep.
Oh.
It's time for bed.
It's time for
That's
bed.
my reminder. Hey, Google, turn on the living room light. Look at
Yeah.
that.
So back to that. So in 2016, we all looked at each other dumbfounded and said, "What is this guy talking about?" And by 8:30, 9 o'clock at
was
night,
right.
2016, David Roush was right.
Oh,
And we
Jesus.
were just in awe, and we could not believe what happened.
So I think
right now we're
Right.
coming up on 10 o'clock,
Right.
and it is neck and neck. And so I posed a question.
Key race alert.
Uh-oh.
Key race alert.
Drink him if you got him.
I posed a question.
I was too close to call. Boo,
Okay.
CNN.
I
for
pose
that.
a question. Is it close because Trump did that bad of a job, or is it close because Biden did that good of a job in his campaign? So I pose that to our viewers out there, and that is the question of the night.
I think to answer your question, let's look at some of the states that went red in 16 that are now dead heat, or have the possibility of going blue, right? 2016, Ohio went red. North Carolina went red. Right now, Wisconsin went red.
Red.
Texas went red.
Right. Hillary lost Michigan, which she really thought that she had. That kind of
Michigan went red.
Over the edge as well. She
It's-
spent a lot of time in Florida.
Right.
North Carolina went red.
Went red, and
Now-
look at it now. It's a dead heat in North
It's a dead
Carolina.
heat, and
It's
at
a dead heat
84%.
in Texas. Ohio is very, very close, too close to call. And so I think the Biden campaign has done a very good job of activating voters in those states that last election went red. And so to answer your question, I think the Biden campaign has done the best possible job they can to activate voters, to increase voter turnout, to really pivot the conversation on the pitfalls of the Trump administration. I think Biden has done a great job.
All right.
So
Great.
Jesus Martinez from Texas wants to know, what are the roundtable's predictions? Who are you calling it for? I hate to say it, I hate to do it, but I'm calling it for Trump. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. I'll take it. I'll take the hit if I'm wrong. But I think he's going to pull it out in a squeaker. Ray.
I believe that I thought right now we would have more of I thought we would know more about who's leaning towards what. I really don't know right now, but my prediction is, because we're at the 10 o'clock hour and we're talking about states like Texas and North Carolina that are still in a dead heat, I think that doesn't bode well for the Trump administration, and Biden may be able to squeak one out. I agree with Dave. I think when it happens, it's gonna be really, really close. And I don't know if that's good or bad for the country as a whole.
Ivan.
What was the question? What was the posing question?
What's your call right now? If you had to make a call right now, what do you think? Who's gonna win?
I still think it's up in the air. I still think that I'm still going with my original prediction. If you didn't tune in before, my original prediction is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote by the majority, and I think it'll be the greatest majority in U.S. history, but I think that Donald Trump is going to pull this out.
All right.
And with the electoral vote.
Hey, Dave, I'm going to bring it back to you.
Wait, did we hear Desmond?
Yeah, Desmond.
Yeah, I mean, I
Desmond made
think,
his. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
no, I think that it's going to be close. I think it's going to be the closest election that. Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton decisively, but I think in this election it's going to be tight. But the way I'm looking at the polls coming in and kind of the transition from Biden being in really strong leads as the early votes went in, but as more and more ballots are being counted in these battleground states, Trump is starting to assume some
The lead.
sizable leads.
Just
looks
say it,
like
the
Trump
lead.
is going to pull it out.
Wow. Let's see. Listen, everyone didn't predict that Biden would be the Democratic nominee, and he pulled it off. So,
We got an update from Pennsylvania.
All right. Yeah, we've
My-
been watching the actual Pennsylvania State Board of Election numbers, right?
My
Dave?
brother is sending us numbers, and he's telling me right now it's Donald Trump 50.59. It's Joe Biden 48.25.
All right.
So pulling out a greater than 2-point lead now. And I don't know that shows what percentage of the vote is counted.
Is
Let me ask
counted,
my
is it?
brother to give us that.
All right. Dave,
Yeah.
if you're Donald Trump right now, right? He's sitting in his private quarters. What do you think's happening in the room right now with
I think he's drinking heavily.
He actually doesn't drink.
and don't say that Joe Biden's sleeping. What do you think he's doing?
He's sleeping.
Joe Biden's sleeping.
He's taking a nap.
What do you think's going on in the war room right now? How do you think each candidate's feeling at this point in time?
I think Trump is breathing a little bit more easier than he did at the beginning of election night, as the polls begin to come in and more of the vote is counted, and some of the states that were at the beginning of this race heavily favored to go to Biden are now starting to turn to be favored towards Trump. I think he's becoming a little bit more confident that he will be a second-term president.
If you're Biden, are you nervous right now seeing the analyzation of these numbers? Granted, I'm sure each campaign has their own specific people really counting numbers, but what would you say, Ivan? And I guess based upon what you said about 2016, do you think the fact that we have less knowledge now is
If I were to put myself in Biden's shoes, I would think in terms of sports, right? So when you go into a battle, knowing with the odds against you, you go in there having nothing to lose, and those are the toughest opponents. And I think that's exactly what Joe Biden is. Joe Biden is that tough opponent that he has nothing to lose. So with nothing to lose, I don't know if he has as much nervousness as we may think.
Guys, I want to call something to your attention that my brother pointed out to me. I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Our viewers may be able to see it. The text is really small. This is a look at the data from Pennsylvania. Okay? Again, it was 50.59 Trump, 48.25 Biden. The mail-in vote numbers are as follows. Trump, 105,560. Biden, 369,604.
Whoa.
How does that not scream something's not right in Pennsylvania?
Well, it has to do with what we're talking about them not attending to those mail-in ballots until well after election night. So,
But 3-1 margin in the mail-in ballots? Does that not feel like ballot stuffing to you?
No.
no, because a lot of the data.
You know what?
that
I hope it is
pollsters-
ballot stuffing, and I hope Trump still beats him.
No, it's not ballot stuffing. Because the data has shown when they done polls that the majority of liberal voters or Democratic voters lean towards early voting and mail-in ballots, wherein a majority of conservative voters lean towards same-day, in-person voting.
But wasn't the concern that Trump was controlling the post office? What was it? The
Slowing down the
postmaster,
mail or
And he was
something.
slowing down the mail and all of this other stuff. But then there's a 3-1.
You know, maybe I
number
should go on
as opposed-
Twitter and follow the Secretary of State. Maybe they've been tweeting about it or something
In
like that.
another fun development, my
So-
brother's watching us because I can
Going
see
back
him.
to, I mean, going back to David, going back to Dave's point. I mean, that just sounds in a swing state. That just doesn't sound right. But then again, we go back to, is it the conspiracy? Do we engage? Do we indulge in the conspiracy of what's being done right and what's not
Well,
being
the president
done?
has indulged in it, I guess.
CNN.
in that conspiracy.
Coloring Pennsylvania red.
and right now,
And Trump's ahead in the popular vote.
we don't even know whether or not each of these candidates are really going to accept what numbers we see tonight, even with the electoral number. So that's something to play about as well.
Look at that map.
So
51.9 to 46.8.
So the other interesting development I saw, Biden has a favorable lead with 77% of the vote counted in Arizona as well. That was another
Red state?
red state that under Republican governor control, Republican-led state legislator.
Remember, that was
but-
the home state of, oh God, the gentleman who passed away.
It'll come to you. I'm trying
War
to think.
hero, POW.
Oh yeah.
McCain?
McCain.
Yeah, McCain. Yes,
McCain came
that's
from
right. That's
Arizona.
Right. That's right. And there's a key Senate race going on there too. The astronaut, what's his name? Kelly, is up in a key battleground Senate race there as well. So Maricopa County in Arizona, the place to look. That encompasses two of the biggest cities in in Arizona, which includes Phoenix and Tucson, Arizona as well. So heavily Democratic. So
And King is talking about Maricopa County right now.
yeah.
On CNN.
Yeah, beautiful places to live. So listen, as we watch these numbers and we kind of analyze 2016 to 2017, we've gone through everything, right? We talked about law enforcement. We've talked about the economy in some instances as well as
Pennsylvania numbers at the bottom.
We're looking at 2016. We're looking at the
Still
Florida
leading
numbers
Florida.
as well. He still has a lead, 94% of the vote. Although we don't know what the mail-in ballots are too. I mean, knowing what we know now, do you still think we're going to know who the president is by tonight?
I think we will. There's the tie, by the way.
Yeah. That's it, folks, too. I think what's interesting to note that there could be a possible scenario that both candidates get to 269. And like we talked about before, I don't know if that's be a good or bad thing for
Trump's now
the
leading in
American
Ohio.
people. So we'll see. I think
By 3 points.
I think within the next hour, as we approach
The Pennsylvania lead is
11
widening
o'clock.
too, at 24%.
24%. And how many
Not a lot, but-
how many votes counted in yet? We don't know that yet, huh?
24%
24%. Okay.
of the votes counted. But
All
his lead is widening.
All right, we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
I can't listen. Regardless of who, no, if Trump wins tonight, I can't wait to watch the commentators.
Yeah.
Like if we thought they cried their eyes out in 16, they are really gonna need
man.
a mop.
No, I don't think there's going to be that
think
much
so.
shock when
First
it comes
off-
to what's going. And
First
Oh,
off,
yes, there will.
Here's I'm
One-term
going to tell you
presidents have they
why.
ever been that did not get either impeached or not get killed or resign from office?
Well, let's
many
go down
one-term
the line.
presidents?
We had Gerald Ford. I mean, not Gerald Ford. The Georgia. Yeah, first Bush. Carter,
The
that's
peanut
right,
farmer.
the peanut farmer.
Peanut farmer.
Nixon didn't serve 2 terms, right?
Nixon
He was-
resigned. I said
resigned
he
because he was
resigned.
impeached.
He had to.
Yeah.
He was impeached. Those in the modern presidency that I could
So do
remember.
you think that he solidified his presidency 4 years ago?
What I'm saying is it's incredibly hard in the American democratic process as a sitting president not to receive 2 terms. In most cases, once you are
that's
sitting
minus
president,
civil unrest and global
Minus-
pandemic that happened. That
well, minus
can't
normally
be
time
comparable
committing a
to.
crime, being assassinated, or being impeached. Very few sitting presidents do not get elected for a second term.
So do you think that's a one-up for him? That's a leg in? What?
I think it's definitely something that to take into consideration in terms of considering today's numbers. Right? Here's a president who was a reality TV star, right? It touts his record as a businessman, where a majority of his businesses are in either foreclosure or in bankruptcy, right? Has bank accounts and unsavory deals with national enemy actors like Russia and China, and right now is leading in most of the battleground states.
Well, with that being said, let's hope that our state, in which we reside, holds those same sentiments.
Well,
Right?
Biden has won New York State.
Because I have a question, right?
Right.
So I'm posing the question because this is tough talk. We're not let's do this tough talk, right? So, I mean, I saw social media throughout all of this week, and that they're boarding up New York City,
That's right.
right? A Democrat renowned
Right.
city.
A control
They're
city.
boarding it up in case Biden wins.
No,
Am I not
I think-
drinking?
I think
Am I
here
not
it's in
drinking? Am I
case-
not
it's in
case
drinking
Trump
Trump
wins.
Kool-Aid?
Trump wins.
It's in case Trump
Yes, I
wins.
agree, but this is not what I'm seeing on. This is not what I'm seeing in social media. This is not what I'm hearing from friends and family and whatever the case may be. I'm hearing that the city is going to go into an uproar if Biden wins. Oh, let's be real with ourselves. I'm
No.
predicting it ahead of time, right?
Right.
I mean, I'm no Nostradamus.
I think whoever
right?
wins, there's probably going to be upheaval because there's so
Absolutely.
much polarization that's happening.
But why do we think in New York City, a Democratic city? Let's do this.
I haven't heard that.
Why are you really?
I haven't
No,
heard
I
that.
thought-
I heard
what I've
civil
heard is
unrest.
that if
Viewers,
Trump
viewers,
wins-
I've
please
heard,
chime
yeah,
in.
I've heard civil unrest if Trump wins because
Right.
that's what fuels.
I agree.
BLM
I agree.
and-
I
and-
agree. I agree.
But you know what a lot of people don't understand is that even though we're here in New York, that there are a lot of closeted people who vote for Trump in this Democratic stronghold. A lot of them and a lot of them exist not only here in the city, but there's a majority of them in Suffolk County.
And they'll never admit it publicly.
And they'll never admit it publicly. You know,
In exit polls,
Yeah.
in traditional polls,
Yeah.
they'll never admit it.
And that's because the polarization. Many people may say that too because of the instance of there's such divide, right? That that's causing families to break up and friendships to end. And then who's to blame for that? Is that the polarization of President Trump? Is it because of the disappointment of the Democrats because of the Hillary Clinton loss? What do you say? I think there are arguments on both sides of that.
And Dave, I'm gonna throw it to you. What do you think about the stores, big box stores boarding up in
Well-
preparation of some type of civil unrest?
Both parties have violent extremist wings.
Okay.
That's I think it's safe to argue that. I think a majority of the violence we've seen in cities has been from the left wing. It's been groups like Antifa. It's been anarchist groups who see a window of opportunity to go be violent and blame it on something else, as they did during Black Lives Matter. The black community should be outraged at the fact that they used the names of victims as a reason to go smash windows and go loot stores.
And there
okay?
are. I'm sorry. I want you to continue. Go ahead.
And so if you have people who are anarchists, whether it's Antifa or a separate anarchist group, they'll take any opportunity they can get. So if a Biden victory is a window of opportunity, they'll go pose as Trump supporters and break stuff. If Biden wins and they want anarchy, they'll pose as Antifa and they'll go break stuff. I think either way, someone's going to break stuff. But it's just going to be a matter of in whose name do they choose to do it. Does that make sense?
It absolutely does, and I just want to say that I think the real woke are aware of this, and they are infuriated by these antics that are happening, where there are posers that are igniting and fueling this anarchy that is not what the mission and the message is.
And I think we must not forget as well, a lot of these protests were ignited and fueled about what happened in Charlottesville as well. And we tend to forget that that was posed and done by extreme right-wing representatives who associated themselves with the KKK and those other organizations that have lifted that as well.
So I want to jump in here.
Yeah.
I'm getting texts from someone who's going to remain unnamed. And I don't normally do that. But when we go off the air, you'll understand why this person's going to remain unnamed. Here's what this person says. I think Virginia is going to be a surprise. Wait, Virginia or PA? No, Virginia. He thinks Virginia is going to be a surprise. Same day votes are smoking Biden. He's done. Biden losing Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. That's Scranton. That's his hometown where he lived till he was like 5 years old.
Wow.
This person says, Civil War, but we're going to shoot back now if Trump wins. Liberals will go crazy tomorrow.
Yeah.
And what will happen if Trump loses?
I don't think
That's not part of the dynamic or conversation either, but I think there is of great concern that there may be stuff on the other side as well. It's just nothing that's talked about, and I think that's what helps to fuel and enrage those who are in the black and brown community as well. You know, and that's part of the overall sentiment that always happens with them, right? They're the ones who consider the more violent people who you know want to destroy things and don't have a reason to destroy things. I'm not saying it's right,
No.
but there's this consistent back and forth. But when it's done on the other side, the pressure there or the sentiment of fear it doesn't arise. You know.
I think both sides have their share of radical groups, as what Dave alluded to. Now my question is, does the right have the masses of a radical group, a particular radical group, or any or an abundance, or you know,
well, let's talk about what happened.
Of radical groups
Let's-
that are really going to.
Let's talk about what happened this
are
weekend.
really going to
Some
whatever.
people will say yes. Look what happened to
Yes.
a Biden van that was riding in
We did see that.
in Texas. All right, or the people that stopped traffic
Traffic on
over
the Mario
on the
Cuomo
Mario M. Cuomo Bridge, or formerly known as the Tappan Zee Bridge.
I guess
I think
only,
it's
only time will tell.
I think it's there. People don't talk about that, right, David?
I was reading text. I'm sorry. Ask me
Yeah.
again.
Well, we were talking about the instance that Ivan brought up the question, like whether or not there are more of a mass for those people who are radical in support of Trump compared to those who are part of the radical left movement and the Black Lives Matters movement that people want to compare it to. Is there a mass on the other side? And I said many people will say yes. There was.
Yeah, but I don't.
What happened in Texas with the Biden bus or
I don't
the
think
traffic
there's
stopped.
I don't think there was violence.
That's not true. That's not. I don't think that's true to say. In terms
It's
of
my
even the
opinion.
instance of what happened in Rochester with that old man getting beat up, or what happened in Michigan with the governor. How could you not constitute that as violence?
You don't see Trump supporters like rioting, looting, smashing windows, and doing that stuff. You
All
don't
right,
see
so
it.
they're committing terrorist threats against governors.
Right.
They're intimidating
Right, but you're
other
talking about-
side of groups.
But you're
they're
talking
bullying
about-
about other people. That's
You're
not
talking
considered
about
to be.
small pockets.
No, I wouldn't consider them small
but,
pockets.
But I think that
The
statement
Michigan
is,
plot was a few guys.
Yeah, but I think small
But
pockets
it
is also something that can be applied to both sides of this situation. The mass majority of liberals are not breaking windows on Fordham Road, right? But
But that was more than four guys plotting to kidnap the governor.
Yeah, but
It
I
doesn't
think
make
they're
the crime
both
as
both
the same
sides of this
egregiousness
argument.
of it.
Go ahead.
And I don't. Okay. maybe it was a few guys compared, but the seriousness of the crime of what it took and what was allegedly plotted against still holds the same weight. I just, I don't understand why some people believe that because there's allegedly more of a mass of people when it comes to the radicals to the left committing acts of violence or
because we look at numbers, we look at topics at hand, right?
Or do we always look at that race as
no, we're not looking at race. When we look at a riot, we look at why is this riot? No.
That's what happens.
Why is this riot taking place? Oh, it's taking place because of XYZ. It's taking place because of this, right? Now, if XYZ is on the left side, right, or is in a left issue, then then the left has to take ownership of it, right? Now, if it's the right, then the right has to take ownership of it. So now I pose a question to you and our viewers and asking what radical issues or what mass, right? Because that's what we pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
What in the masses has been addressed by a radical group from the right? I said mass now. I want you to keep that in mind. Now, don't get me wrong. Are there radical?
We just talked about, the president just talked about Ivan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was posed this question in the first presidential debate about him denouncing certain groups
And
that
like
were
the Proud
looking
Boys.
as
And he
fuel
should have.
about things that were done. So if you're talking about what masses are gone to the right, it's talked about.
Right.
I don't think there's any dispute or
And
question
did
about when it
he,
comes to
did
that.
he denounce them?
even
Or,
with
or
some-
did he send?
And he didn't.
He
And
didn't.
he didn't. And he didn't.
sent them
And
a signal.
And
saying,
I'm going
"Stand
on
down and
I'm
stand
going
by."
on record as saying that. And he didn't. He had every opportunity to denounce them, and he didn't. I am going on record as saying that. But I'm also asking you: are they a mass? Have they done a mass instance, a mass radical?
Event or
action or anything like that,
compared-
and it can compared to the riots and the looting and everything else that we've seen.
I would say that just because there is not, I believe if you would have to categorize as to whether or not they made such a large scale movement as compared to the radical right, then I guess you could say no, right? They haven't
for being honest.
But I don't think that subjugates or minimalizes
No, it
what
does
they
not.
have done
No,
and
it
the
does
serious
not.
egregious, and then how it's affecting the country as a whole, right? How it's igniting more of those who are on the radical left to commit those crimes because they already feel marginalized.
You're right.
And I think
I
that's
agree
what
with
people
that.
don't understand on that end. And I think that's what understanding in this country needs to be in order to develop that peace. Because
Okay,
that's
guys.
why those on that side are so angry. I'm not saying what they're doing is right, not justifying, but I am trying to paint a picture as to why they're so angry. David.
We're going to have to take a technical break.
Oh, right.
We have an audio sync issue on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So it's only going to be like 30 seconds, so don't get up.
So
Okay.
we weren't heard that last segment.
No, you're heard.
But the syncing.
It looks like a Japanese film.
Yeah.
Okay.
The lips aren't matching the sound. So we're just going to, those of you who are watching at home, don't leave. The stream is going to continue on YouTube. I'm going to cut off my stream from my software and see if that resynchronizes and helps the issue. So we'll be right back in just a moment.
Arizona. To Tough Talk 20. Welcome back to Tough Talk 2020. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yep.
Our thanks to Dave for fixing our audio sync issue.
Well, we don't know if it's fixed yet.
All right. Well, if we sound like a Japanese or kung fu movie,
Hey.
we're trying to work on
Is that politically correct?
The issue.
Absolutely not. But it's tough talk.
So yeah, I think there is this back and forth debate when it comes to continuing our conversation, and I hope people tune in as well in terms of the severity of what goes on. And listen, I agree with you. I think the rioting and the looting, it doesn't help the cause, right? It adds to the scab that's already been ripped off over and over again, especially when it's committed by those people of color and they're doing it within their own neighborhood. No one thinks and understands how that's affecting their fellow person, their fellow small businesses, and that comes with all types of stuff: black on black crime, minority crime, whether it happens in what they call rural trash neighborhoods or the urban,
I want to say something regarding to rioting that takes place, or the denigration of rioting, or looting that takes place that's perpetrated by people or neighborhoods of color in neighborhoods of color, right? Because oftentimes it's said, oh well, every time people of color get upset, we tear up our own neighborhood, we burn down our own stores, right, in our own community. But this last event, that wasn't the case, right?
No, right.
They were downtown.
George Floyd.
They were on 34th Street.
Right.
They were
In
breaking
California,
into
they went
Rolex.
to
They were
Rodeo
going into
Drive.
Saks and Fifth
That's right.
Avenue and Rodeo Drive.
That's right.
And then it was, that we're turning this into some type of opportunistic money grab, right? That this is a way for us to kind of come up. I think the issue is there is no right space to burn down, right? There's no right business to loot and pillage, right? I think we just need to be able to galvanize around an issue without us reverting to property damage, to theft, to larceny, because then, to your point, we play into some of those time-honored tropes, right? And time-honored stereotypes about surrounding people of color, right? That we're thieves and that we're criminals and that all the things that are perpetrated and kind of projected on the entire race, that those who don't live our lives or don't know our struggle, right? And so I think for us, rather than trying to split hairs about where we should loot, I think the conversation should be around the fact that looting is ineffective. No matter which neighborhood it's
people
done
would
in.
argue against you because if it wasn't for civil unrest that happened in June,
Then you
Civil
wouldn't have
unrest and
gotten their
looting
attention.
are mutually exclusive. And I think that's the issue.
but they're conflated together, right? A lot
Oftentimes
of people
they're
are
conflated together, and I think inappropriately
And-
so.
Yes, let's take
So
an
we're going to
update.
take another technical break.
Yes.
We're going to pick up with that thought.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Folks on YouTube, hang out. We're not going to end the stream. It's going to go black for about 30 seconds or so, maybe a minute. Hang with us. We're going to hope to try and fix the synchronization issue. We'll be right back.
Yeah,
What are our numbers looking like?
So here's where I'm gonna go.